offshore oiling is the biggest
You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too warm to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin, overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, not the end.
Tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, no, not the end. She tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sing. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The captain in sick bay, night of dead, no sign of clearer skies ahead. But hold fast, dear lads, this is not her last. This is just the beginning, no, not the end. 'Cause she'll tuck you in and lay your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear that treasure right out of your chest. She tucks you in, circle and start to sing. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink. Tucks you in and lays your head to rest. With the luck you're in, she'll tear the treasure right out of your chest. She sucks you in, you circle and start to sink. Juxtaposition, 2 rounds and you're in the drink.
You're like a bottle-sized sailboat in a high wind, trying high seas again, with the rigging too worn to mend, and the storm just coming in. The tiller it starts to spin as overboard there go the men, screaming, "Oh dear Lord, no, not again." But it's just the beginning, not the end.
It was a sad thing that I saw, alright, the bad dream that I had last night. We started war. could hardly take the sight of it anymore, anymore. Yeah, in this world, oh, I know it's gonna end alright. It'll end alright. This girl, oh, I know it's love, alright. We'll end up alright. And no war in all the world, leave the world alright. They never end alright. And the more I come to know why, the more I wonder if any of it's right. This madness that we did that day ran away and we hid each a different way. But one thing that I know for sure, she'll never love this song, 'cause it's happier than yours, truly happier than yours, truly in this world. Oh, I know it's gonna end alright, but it'll end alright. This girl, oh, I know it's love, alright, it'll end up alright. And no war in all the world, leave the world alright, they never end alright. And the more I come to know why, the more I wonder if any of it's right. What if I did all I could with every day, and in the end it still wasn't enough? Always tried to be the kind of man who kept going when going got rough. Feel the life that I choose will spiral down to blues, and ending my blood flowing or blowing that stuff. But all of it's a ruse, no ruler and no rules, and a lot of it concludes in a flash and a puff. And the only thing that mattered in all of this was love, and that's alright. She's the breeze that blows my mind, and she's the heat that leaves me cold inside, and she's the reason I can't find another soul to keep me satisfied. And I'm seized and eased at the very same time. I'm pleased to say I don't often compromise, but I'd give the world to make her mine. I'd give that girl my heart, my soul, and my just a bird, bridges high. She's along the river that flows on by. She's just a bend in that river that flows on by, that redirect the wind, but let the breeze blow by. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and I'll never realize she's passing me by until I'm cold inside. My heart, my soul, and my eyes, and never realize she's passing me by. Oh no, yeah. And how long it has been since I took such a blow to the mind, and how wrong does it seem for me to touch one so sublime? And this song, it is not mine. It belongs on the breeze, yeah, the breeze that blows my mind. I had a hand in mine next to me, but at the moment that hand's a ball. A pretty woman put a hex on me, saying now the sky's gonna fall. But she don't know she'll be the next to be crying like a porcelain doll. Cause pretty girl, it ain't sex to me, it's putting your back up against my wall. And if only my loneliness loves loving me, yeah, then why won't Miss Misery leave my leash a little slack? So close to defeat that my feet are slipping through the cracks. Whoa, whoa, how I wish she'd wish away the weight from my back. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Whoa, whoa. So damn it, woman, quit testing me in that simmering southern drawl. Let the woman get the best of me, now she's thinking she could save us all. So lying lady, laying ecstasy, taking shelter from your own squall. Cause pretty girl, it ain't sex to me, it's putting your back up against my wall. My wall, my wall. And I know and I do believe that it's bad, that I cannot leave this bed, I cannot escape this hell. So die we might as well, but no, I know you I do defy. No lie that I could tell, so now I've got to try to find my soul and sail. If only my loneliness, love
preserve. Yeah, but I think those are still within people's like territorial lands or whatever, right? The last barrel will never be sold type of argument. Yeah, which is true, right? If you believe in supply and demand. Proven reserves is a measure of fossil fuel energy reserves, oil and gas reserves, and coal reserves. Provides the quantity of energy sources estimated with reasonable certainty from the analysis of geologic and engineering data to be recoverable from a well-established or known reservoirs with the existing equipment and under the existing operating conditions. A reserve is considered proven if it is probable that at least 90% of the resource is recoverable by economically profitable means. Oh, interesting. So, can proven reserves change over time with market conditions? Operating conditions take into account when determining if a reserve is classified as proven. Operating conditions include operational break-even price, regulatory and contractual approvals, without which the reserve cannot be classified as proven. Oh, huh. I didn't know that. Price changes, therefore, can have a large impact on the classification of, oh, there you go, of proven reserves. Regulatory and contractual conditions may change and also affect the amount of proven reserves. If a reserve's resources can be recovered using current technology, but it is not economically profitable, it is considered technically recoverable, but cannot be considered a proven reserve. Reserves less than 90% recoverable, but more than 50% are considered probable reserves, and below 50% are possible reserves. Ah. Is there a good explanation for why OPEC wants to drive down prices when their cost of extraction doesn't change and it's a limited resource? Why aren't they happy to sell it like $100 a barrel with a $50 margin and use up their reserves slower? Okay. Woo! I'm going by intuition and things I've read in the past. your eyes and come with me, okay? When you're selling things, there are a few things to keep in mind. One is your profit margin, okay? You want things to have a high profit margin, meaning that your total cost of delivering a good or service is less than the final selling price. So like if I sell $100 of a thing that took me $10 to create, well, my profit is $90, 90%. Huge profit margin. That's awesome, okay? Now, we talk about profit margins and everything, and profit margins are cool. They're incredibly important, arguably one of the most important things, but your actual absolute profit is actually kind of important too, right? Would you rather make 90% profit on $10, or would you rather make 10% profit on $1 billion, right? So I think the reason why OPEC sometimes tries to drive down prices by increasing production is because when production is at a point that the cost of oil around, or the cost for a barrel of oil around the world increases, other countries' oil productions and refinement come online because now they're competitive. So now you're selling in a much more competitive market where you no longer can dominate the market share because other people can sell at the price that you're offering. Like imagine if I went out, if I could give haircuts for like 20 bucks a piece, and I could do haircuts all fucking day, and there's a whole bunch of other people who do haircuts, but they want to charge like 100 bucks a piece. I could eventually say, fuck it, I'll do haircuts for 100 bucks a piece, but now I've got to compete with every fucking dude on my block. Now they all want to give haircuts, and I could still give a few haircuts and make a lot of money, but not as much as when I was doing it for 20 bucks each, because I could do haircuts all fucking day. And I think that's largely on the macro level. I think that's the reason why OPEC sometimes wants to drive down prices, because when prices get high enough, people like the United States or other huge people that have reserves that aren't, I guess they aren't proven, but they're recoverable. What do they call it? Technically recoverable? Yeah. Is that why Amazon operated at a loss for so long? Kind of. Amazon operated at a loss because in the tech world, profits are fictitious. What you really want is customer acquisition, and then profits are a thing that maybe you'll make in the future, hopefully. But you're looking at like equity, overall value of a company, because you just want customer acquisition. That's literally the only thing that matters. And then once you've acquired like 1 billion fucking customers, then maybe you consider making profit. You got a bit wrong on high level about Canadian oil against Saudi oil on the value of the oil, kind of. I thought Canadian oil is dog shit compared to Saudi oil or Middle East oil in general. Destiny, hey Pete Link. What do you think about governments wanting to cut out oil and gas to full renewable energy resource in like 20 to 30 years? I think it's a cool, aggressive like goal, but I mean, it has to be realistic, right? Hop on Discord to tell you. Sure, metal sword. I don't know what it is, okay? You have a really hard time explaining things concisely, okay? We'll practice. Come. What?
Okay.
Why do you have an anime profile picture?
It's my favorite novel.
What is it?
Mushoku Tensei.
Okay, well, it looks like a lolicon vampiress, so elf. Go ahead.
What
do you got?
the one when she's older. But so you got the general gist of it, right? I'm not going to try and like go over the whole thing. I'll try to be specific. So you're right about the oil sands around 20 years ago. It was a lot different to now though. Around 2010, we found out about lateral drilling, which is essentially when you drill down sideways and then you go out to like 15 kilometers in each direction. There's loads of different formats people do this with, but a really big thing for this is because we didn't have lateral drilling before, we couldn't do steam related stuff for the oil sands. So what we had to do was, oil sands were really shit because you're right, they're really sludgy. The bitumen, that is really bad if you can't actually, you have to refine it like you would the normal oil into something, but instead you're refining it to normal crude oil. And it's used for loads of things like roads, it's used for oil. It's really, really useful. So it's not like less valuable than other things. All oil is useful on a scale. It's just the matter of.
Well, hold on. Let's be careful. Yeah, when we say all oil is useful on a scale, that's true. But some oil is on the top shelf oil, very clearly refined out to oil that is way more valuable, right?
Yeah, when you mean by that is basically when you're saying Saudi earlier. So Saudi actually have majority heavy oil. Heavy oil is actually worse for making gasoline, and it's better for making diesel. Light oil, so I should say US, sorry. The US makes a lot of WTI, which is Western Intermediate grade, right?
Okay.
And that's very, very light oil.
Oh, okay.
And, that makes gasoline really well, but it makes diesel very badly, along with other stuff like bitumens, making roads, etc. So you would only use a tiny bit of light oil, to mixing with heavy oil to create something like diesel, or you would use a very, very, very large amount of heavy oil to make a large amount of diesel.
Gotcha.
If that makes sense.
Okay.
So again, back to the oil sense. The oil
Wait.
sense back then
Why
was
is it
sorry.
okay? Well, first of all, I know all this because I played Factorio. Okay, we did light oil and yeah. Okay. Wait, why do people? I thought Saudi oil. Do people just like Middle Eastern oil then because it's so easy to recover, or?
So there's a few factors. The majority they make is I'm not going to say the grades because it will probably go over people's heads, but they make a lot of heavy oil, which people like a lot because there's another thing you have to factor in, which is sulfur. So we grade things on whether it's heavy, the hydrocarbon density, and the complexity of it, and then you have the amount of sulfur in it, which is just what turns it from sour or sweet. So a sour would be heavy sulfur amount. Sulfur is very good for making diesel, but you don't want sulfur if you want gasoline. So they have a lot of there's a I can do this to you, 1 second. So if you look at the link on the page in chat, it puts it in a really, really neat way, and you can look at all of the different countries and their types of oil and what they have. And if you go to the Saudi one, you'll see the main grade is the Dubai grade.
How is Saudi oil when oil Saudi Eastern recover oil Iraq heavy oil? Thanks for the 20 awesome $. Okay, gotcha. I brought up our periodic table of crude oil.
Yeah. So you've got the it should, if you click into the so if you see the producing regions and export destinations, you can like hover over the region on the map, and if you click the Middle East, it'll only highlight the grades at the bottom of the table. Yeah. So now you can see all of the ones that are majority created by them. Where is it? So the Arab Light one, it's ARL. That's the one that everyone really likes. This is what you use for gasoline. It has a very, very low sulfur amount, and it has a very high what's his name? It would be a very high amount of API gravity.
What's considered high API gravity?
Sorry. So at API, if you click at the top left, you see how it does light sweet, medium sweet, heavy sweet, light sour. If you click on them, it will show you what constitutes that type of thing. You can see the light sour, it's smaller than 0.6% sulfur and higher than 34 API gravity. API is the industry normalized kind of term for measuring the hydrocarbon density.
Okay.
So this is like that Arab Light is what everyone loves. Arab Light is really good for making gasoline, but like they also have the Dubai grade, which is I believe is it's hard to keep track of all of it, but I believe that one's the heavy oil. But essentially, yeah, they make a lot of heavy oil, but they also make a lot of light sweet oil, which is very, very much liked by a lot of the world, and it's also because it's not landlocked. Like they're a majority supplier for like the India and China and stuff like that, because they don't have much oil that they can do. So that's why everyone loves their shit. We don't actually consume that much. Like for example, the US, and when I say we, I mean actually we. Like the EU and the North America don't consume much of the Saudi Arabia oil at all. It mostly comes from like Kazakh. That goes to EU.
Kazakh? Is that a real country?
No, it's not a country. It's the port. I think it's a part in. I just remember the names of like what the oil is called. I don't remember.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, it's mostly comes from their EU. As the US specifically, the US actually imports most of their oil. So this will link back to Canada. Most of their oil comes from Canada. You probably know this already.
Most of whose oil comes from Canada?
Most of the US's oil, the imports come from
Sure.
Canada, and the reason is because the US doesn't have any heavy oil. If you remember what I said earlier, most of the heavy oil they have is up in the Balkans. No, not Balkans. The top left region. But it's a very small amount. It's like 600,000.
The Baltics?
No, not Baltics. It's the. I forgot the state name. It's like top left. It's not Alaska. But it's like in the middle.
Oh, in the United States.
Yeah.
The Pacific Northwest? Or are you looking for the state? Alaska? Washington?
It's not
Oregon?
Alaska.
Idaho? Montana?
No, it's not them.
Utah, California. I know all the states now. I should know it. Which one? That's all of them. I
Sorry,
think.
this is like
It's got to be. It's either Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana. I think Utah, Colorado. How much further northwest? North Dakota, South Dakota.
oh yeah, Dakota.
Oh,
pretty sure
okay,
it's
North Dakota. Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, that's the one I'm pretty sure is the heavy amount. The Permian is actually really like high amounts of light sweet. Just one tidbit before, someone mentioned natural gas is the only thing you can get out of cracking or fracking. That's not true. It is true somewhat though. So the majority that you get out of fracking is natural gas, like 80%, like 88% of all reserves that we have of like fracking material is like natural gas. That's why fracking is like costs so much, because you have to spend so much trying to look for the right spot to drill.
Yes.
And it's why it's so centered in the Permian, because the Permian is the best place for like fracking oil to gas ratio. So back to Canada. So Canada has a lot of heavy oil, and you need heavy oil to make refining work. So Canada oil was actually really good, but it wasn't actually economically and at all viable to do until around 2010 when we got lateral drilling. So when we got lateral drilling, the Canadians were like, oh shit, we can like drill like sideways for like 15 kilometers. So now they've invented a new thing, which is essentially you put like a drill into the ground, and then you drill out a huge space, and it's like lateral, and then you put a steam like producer in there. I'm trying to make it really
I don't
simple.
need to know this whole process, but gotcha. They got lateral drilling. They get
There's
more
a lot
oil.
of like industry
Okay.
terms I'm trying to pick out of it, so it makes it easier to understand.
Sure.
But you basically just, I'm being very literal with this. You basically just shove a bunch of heated water in there or steam, and you just make the oil like sludge up, and then you take that sludge, like the steam helps it like differentiate between the bitumen like sludge, and then you turn it into non-sludge, and then that becomes really amazing. Everyone wants it. It's one of the reasons why they're making the mountain expansion pipeline right now to go for.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Anything else?
No, if that's all you had, then yeah.
Okay. Wait, so is Canada's oil market right now good, or?
Yeah, it's very good. It's the best oil market in probably the world. Yeah.
Oh, damn.
By far, because one of the really small part, like so shale oil, it costs a lot to make and drill, right? And then you get around like, I don't know, like if you drill like $60 it costs to drill, you would get around 20 if the cost if the price is 80, right? And then you get 10 if it's 70. But then
Gotcha.
you have to spend that money to then drill more.
Yeah, okay.
Because the what's it called, the fall off rate of fracking is really high. So you'll get like 1,000 barrels the first day, 50 the next day. Does that make sense? Like the fall off. But with Canadian oil, it's like very small. So the average fall off for fracking is like 33%. The average fall off for Canadian oil is like 10 or 9%. So you'll get a lot more oil over time. But with fracking, you have to reinvest it. And a lot of people get this mixed up. So it looks like it costs the same for fracking and Canadian oil, but it's not, because they have to reinvest that money over and over again really quickly, because they need new wells to like support that production. That's what it is.
Okay. Let me see. Does Canada do most of its refining, or do they ship the oil to the U.S. for refining?
Most of it goes to the US.
Gotcha.
Because they don't have any, they have a very small market for refined products.
For the U.S. being like a net exporter of oil or petroleum or whatever, is it because we're refining a lot, or is it because we are like drilling a lot, or is it because of both? When you say production, does production exclusively refer to taking it out of the ground, or does that refer to refining it? Okay.
No, not refining. There is some refining, but it's very small.
So where does most of the refining in the world happen? Is it just like per country? Is it better to refine it?
No, the US has a lot of refining. It's just you use it.
Good.
Like you use 20 million barrels per day, and you have around 18 million barrels of refining capacity each day.
Okay. And it's better to just ship crude than to refine it and ship the product?
You can't use it. You literally can't. Like, one of the things that a lot of people bring up is like, oh, if Saudi, like, if we want to fuck around the world, we can just like click our exports off. Like, that will not hurt. Like,
wait,
like,
you
that
can't.
won't
Wait,
make
what?
your oil cheaper. So a lot of people say, oh, if like oil prices go up, right, and if Saudi tries to like push oil prices up, we'll just block the exports off, like the US will, right? That
Okay.
won't decrease prices. It will just make a flood of like of clean oil. You'll just it won't do anything to like the actual price of like gasoline and diesel in the US. because you have so much extra light oil, you don't need it. Like you literally cannot use it because
Oh, sure.
you make. Yeah, that makes
Wait,
sense.
wait. So why don't we drill more and like export the light oil or whatever?
That's what you do. No, that's literally what you do. You export it to China, to the northern Europe, all over.
Gotcha. So we don't import any crude oil then, or we do?
You
Because
do.
we need the heavy oil.
You import crude oil. You import mostly it's heavy oil that you need because you can't create
Gotcha.
it.
And we get probably most of it from Canada, I think. I'm pretty sure,
Yep.
right?
Yeah. You get around it's like 3% from like Saudi and like Middle East. It's mostly from Canada, Mexico, Brazil, and some's from the EU, but
Okay.
very rarely.
Gotcha. Is BRICS a real thing?
No, that shit's bullshit.
Okay.
Anyone that tells you that is a fucking retard.
Okay. Because I see people bring up like BRICS sometimes, and it seems like I don't know what they do, or if it's even like a thing that ever does anything. But okay.
It would be interesting to go into that one day, but like I guarantee you it's going to be the same as all the other stuff. You're going to go into it and you're going to realize how fucking retarded everyone is spouting is like the new. Like,
Do you think
they all?
Sorry. Leon's Law, just join the disagreement. I can always give you perms. I see you chatting a bunch. Do you think that Russia is having like significant issues with their economy because of the war effort?
Oh yeah, this came out. Yeah. No, I don't. One of the things you probably know this definitely. Like if you like transition to a war economy, it like really helps your economy. Like it'll fuck some parts over, but like.
Kinda,
really
but
good
it's
for
also
places.
like I'm sure you're familiar with like the broken window fallacy, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So like it can help in like kind of ways, but not like forever, and at the expense of potentially other things, right? Like is the war economy like benefiting Russia's economy?
No,
For them,
I mean,
or-
if you were to ask me this, right? So,
Yeah.
when you ask me that question, in my head, I'm thinking, right? He's not saying it's better than before. He's saying, is it like disaster? Like it's 50% down, everyone's dying. Like, yeah, it's not. They're like, for example, their revenue from oil was down around 20% from last year, but that was also because oil was fucking insanely high last year. Like, you can't really.
Yeah.
They're still exporting pretty much above the price cap. They're still exporting all their oil. Like they are making a lot of money from it. Like it's not. They're definitely not like poor. That's not what I'd say. But like their consumer sector is like. I mean, from all the Russians I've spoken to, like anyone that's not in like the suburbs of nowhere, like is not that happy that all their consumer like services have just like suddenly gone through like a huge shift.
Yeah.
But economics wise, it's really hard as well. They also just like they just shit with the numbers, even more than China now, I would say.
Yeah, I've heard they do a lot of massaging, and it's hard to tell because they ban like holding like foreign currency or like dumb weird shit like that.
They straight up just stopped reporting certain shit like earlier last year.
Do you think? Well, I'm curious on the broad level. Do you think that the investment in the Ukrainian war effort? Do you think that the investment that we could make into there is like worthwhile in terms of? I'm saying sabotage. That's a heavy word. I guess in slowing down Russia's economy, or.
I mean, the problem is they're a really heavy like manufacturing like economy. Like it's gonna hurt them. It's like them pushing their stuff away. Like you read a bunch of stuff the other day about like how the civilians are like they're
As long as they
their
don't feel the
sentiment and stuff.
effect, they're generally
Yeah.
like, okay, yeah.
But the problem is like even if that's true in like the very heavily like kind of quote unquote rich areas, like you also have to factor in that like a lot of the population aren't in those areas, and they are all right with it, and even a lot of the people in those areas are all right with it, and they probably aren't going to change even if the shit gets a lot worse because they're just so like propagandized. And like I'm not even lying when I say that. They're literally like the approval rating isn't a lie. People genuinely do love Putin. It's just like
I agree with
Yeah,
that, but it seems like if there were measurable impacts on the daily life, don't you feel like that would change dramatically, like very
I don't
quickly?
know because it depends.
Like
you're
if they had to
right
like
before, it depends
ration
how long.
food or some shit, or something like that, or if like conscription started to become a thing.
Oh, 100% it would affect, yeah. My view on it is like, is the worth, because you asked me if it's worthwhile, right? Like if you were to spend another 5 years and you were to like tilt the, like 10% down on the favor degree to like Putin, then that might be worth it. I don't know. It depends. Like if you're going for like him out, I would say it's worth it because I don't think he should be in there anymore. But like at the same time, that costs a lot of money over that long time.
Is it really is the argument that is it really costing us a lot of money? That's I guess what I'm kind of asking in terms of like in terms of it being like cost effective, right? If it really is the majority of what we're sending over, and I think this is true so far, the majority of like the cost of what we're sending over is like old weapons and shit, right? Plus supposedly we're collecting data and everything too. So
cost.
yeah.
It's not just the material cost. You've got to factor in when there's geopolitical stuff going on, like financial markets will price this in, and if it's always there, it gets priced down a bit. But at the same time, it's like you know, the stew in a pot kind of thing, where it's like, oh, it might just blow up at some point. For example, the what's the name? The guy that went to Moscow, Priggy. I always call him Priggy, but I don't. The guy who tried to go to the Moscow. But
yeah, I know who you're the guy. I know the face because I see him all this.
Prigozhin, that's it, Prigozhin.
Yeah. The guy,
when he went
is
to
he
that,
dead? 100%.
Yeah, he's dead. Yeah. But the markets, for example, they went a bit like tiny bit haywire on the Monday because it happened on Saturday. It was pretty much over by then. But like, if that would have happened in the week, it would have been a lot worse.
If that would have happened, like on a Monday or a Tuesday, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh.
But you have to factor in that account when you're doing like the kind of how much does it cost as well, because it also costs geopolitical risk everything, not just on how much we send it.
Interesting. What do you think is the right move for America?
I mean, personally, I don't think we should let Putin be in charge, like, at all. To me, it's like, if we just let this happen, and then he's like, I've taken this now, and now he's like, okay, so I've taken the Donbass, I'll just wait a few more years, and then I'll just go to another country and take that, and you can fight me back to it, but eventually I'll have it, like, I'll have the land, right? Like, is that a good precedent to set? Like, that's what China's gonna do, right? If they're gonna go to Taiwan, it's gonna, just take half of Taiwan, and then, like, you'll fight us, but we'll still have half of Taiwan because you don't want to fight us more.
Yeah, I don't like that. I feel like authoritarian regimes are more resistant sometimes to the war exhaustion or fatigue than democratic regimes, which have to be more responsive to the people.
Maybe, yeah. I'm not a war historian. I wouldn't know.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I have another question. Do you think China's military is real?
Yes, but it's way behind.
Does China have any actual, like, proven successful military conquest? Like, have we seen them coordinate? Okay.
Perrin actually did a really good video on this recently. One of the points he brought up was like they're like the budding empire that's like building in like the shadow of another one, so it's a lot easier for them because they don't have to worry about actually managing an empire, but they're trying to build one. So it's a lot less costly for them because the US has to drive around all the time, like keep people in check, but the China can just build up share, but they don't have any experience at all, so they're going in there with a doctrine that's like 0%.
I think I might have seen the same Korean video. I forget what I think, but I like China has like some tech and stuff, but I don't know if China's ever actually coordinated warfare like that.
Yeah, the whole thing is like China's like I'm not sure if it's like the status quo. What I know is like China's like, we're gonna build the opposition to America. We're basically gonna build like a meta against them, if that makes sense, like a complete opposite. So if you're gonna build like complete superiority, we're going to build complete superiority in another field like hacking and shit like that, so all your shit just dies.
Yeah, I wish we could like cancel out nukes. I feel like we could fuck shit up so much better. They're just like, it's literally like the instant kill spell in Harry Potter. Like when everybody gets it, it's just everything becomes like super retarded.
I've got a better example. It's like Bubble from WoW. If a paladin just pops it, you can't do anything.
Well, I don't know anything about World of Warcraft, so I can't speak to that, but I feel like if anything, I feel like we should be. Do you agree that we should be incredibly? I'm loading this. Sorry, fuck. Cancel it. I forget everything I just said. What do you think should be our responsibility with Yemen?
I think anyone that's enriching on like global trade should be destroyed.
Okay, that was my opinion exactly. I think it should be like an over-the-top, unbelievably fucking harsh, like carpet bomb the fuck out of any military installation. Like that's like the one thing that the United States is supposed to guarantee. We've got 7 billion more aircraft carriers than like the entire world times 4. I feel like if there's anything we were supposed to do, it's ensure like global trade and shipping routes. Yeah.
Even China and India are like neutral on this, and India's even moved their warships into like 10 of them
Oh, because
now.
they refrained. They had harsh words for us, but they didn't. They abstained from the vote in the Security Council when we were condemning Yemen. That's true. Yeah.
It doesn't help anyone. It's like in my opinion, it's worse than like a terrorist move on like an individual country. You're literally hurting the whole world because you want to cry. Like, it should not be allowed, and the precedent for it should be punished by like way worse than everything else. As a whole world, we should just like destroy them.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that. Remember what happened in Afghanistan before spewing that confident chit-chat? Keep in mind that I'm pretty sure the United States generally does pretty good for like blowing stuff up. It's just the nation building afterwards that was, I believe, the huge problem. Because I would argue the mission in Afghanistan was pretty successful insofar as like basically cutting off the head of Al Qaeda and like fucking that organization up pretty hardcore, right? And then in Iraq, obviously getting rid of Saddam Hussein was pretty easy for the second Gulf War. But it's the nation building afterwards that like fucks us really, really, really hard. But the Yemen shit is just unbelievable. That entire strait is just like held hostage. It's kind of crazy, I guess, when you think of how many unstable countries are around. I guess like the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden or whatever the fuck. And for some reason, trade seems to work through here without like. I know the memes about like Somalian pirates. Do they just not exist as much anymore? Do they get like heavily punished or?
You talking to me or?
Yeah, because it's kind of crazy to think of like how important like the trade is through here and how many relatively unstable countries exist around the Gulf of Aden and the what is this, the Strait of Djibouti?
It's usually very small. So if you look to, I'm pretty sure you definitely heard this on the Prune video. Like the country just below Yemen, or I think it's the other one, they like have huge ties to every single country, and they try to put military bases there.
Wait,
like,
who does?
It's one of the countries right next to Yemen.
Saudi Arabia?
No, below, on the other side of the strait.
Yeah, well, it would be either what, Djibouti,
Somalia,
Somalia, Ethiopia,
countries, yeah.
Eritrea, I don't know.
But if one of them, they have like a huge amount of like military bases there, and they stick there a lot. Like the US always has what's the word for like a group of like ships, but they'll basically just sit around the area of like the Red Sea and the Black Sea, and they'll just like kill anyone that does anything.
The Black Sea? Wait, like up near, or do you mean the Red Sea?
I mean from the Red Sea to the Black Sea.
Gotcha. Djibouti holds like 50 countries' military bases, so it's everyone's front line. Is there any steelman argument that can be made for the Houthis shutting down shipping lanes? Or
no. I'm not being obstinate when I say that. I'm being genuinely serious. Like for example, I can give you a scenario, right? So I'll put some things in chat, like to show you how bad it is. But like so they're shutting off a whole strait right now, right?
Yeah.
And they have actually done it. They've done it. This hasn't happened in a long time. I posted them there. So the actual like throughput through the strait is like zero, like basically, like compared to what it, like literally zero. The only ships that are going through there is Russian ships that are transporting oil from Primorsk up in the EU and Novorossiysk or whatever the fuck it's called in the Black Sea.
What is this? I don't know what the fuck this is. A container index.
That container, it says how much it costs to ship something.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. Oh, we saw there was a graph that showed like the huge reduction in traffic. I didn't see it was at zero, but maybe that was from 2 months ago. But yeah, people are just choosing to sail around to the south now instead of going through.
Yeah, the Cape of Good. Yeah. So let's say you're Yemen, like, and you're like, okay, I don't want the US to keep doing this, right? So they stop the strait. Firstly, around like, if we're gonna do this in like metric terms, I would say around 70% of all the hurt right now from freight side to cargo is gonna go straight to, 90% is gonna go to the US, and about 10% is gonna go to the US.
How is a percent metric?
So like for example, how much this is gonna hurt.
Yeah, but you said let's do this in metric terms, then you said 70%. Do you think we don't have
like ratio,
percentages?
like
ratio. Okay, go ahead. Percentage price. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm fucking with you. You said most of the herd is probably going to be for Europe right now.
Yeah, on the cargo side, it's going to be mostly Europe. Because no cargo.
Oh, it's the metric, not the metric system. A metric. I'm sorry. I'm fucking with it. Ignore me. But anyway, yeah, okay. Yeah, because what, like shipping from like India and China and everything probably passes through for the US.
Yeah, they're going to go from west to the west coast of America, or they'll go through the Panama Canal. So it's going to hurt EU. And then you have the oil side, which is the tanker side. That's going to be like 60% EU and like 40% US. Because oil is a global market and people arbitrage each other. People actually trade oil like tankers, and they don't like, they're not a country or a company, right? They are, but they're not an oil company. They'll actually like hold oil for a certain amount of time. Oil prices go up, etc. So it's going to hurt a lot more globally.
Can I?
Yeah.
Do you think that? Is there a good reason not to be honest about foreign policy? Ben brought up something in our talk that I'd mentioned 5 years ago. I haven't actually brought this up since, but I actually super agree with it. That I feel like if we were just more honest about what foreign policy is and what our aims are, that we could like get away with more or do more. So, like for instance, like when America is engaged in foreign policy decisions, ultimately, at the end of the day, it's to benefit America and American interests. That's like really important. Now, it just so happens that a lot of other people's interests coincide with ours, especially if you're a peace-loving, economically prosperous democracy and you want to engage in trade and have guaranteed shipping, blah blah blah. But I feel like if we were honest about like our foreign policy aims like that, I don't know why anything having to do with Yemen would be controversial whatsoever. Like it would literally just be like, oh, there are people that are disrupting, global trade and, maritime shipping lanes or whatever the fuck, and, we're just going to absolutely, completely and totally fucking destroy the fuck out of everything until they stop doing it. I feel like that should be a really non-controversial or uncontroversial position. But I wonder sometimes if we're the victim of like we're just trying to save peaceful people rhetoric or some bullshit like that.
I mean, if you're taking that from like the comparison to before, I would say it's like half true, but also like you're also comparing yourself to a really different world. Like back then, like the conversing through the world is a lot smaller and a lot slower. So, for example, if the US goes and destroys Yemen in like 1980, it's going to take a lot longer for that information to come back in like a visceral way for like the population. Because I'm guessing you're saying this on like a US to US. So like if the president goes out and says we're going to do this, and what the US population thinks is more like the world, because they don't give a shit what the world thinks usually. Like if Saudi says, or not Saudi says, like some African country says no, we don't like this, or China says no, we don't like this, it doesn't really matter because Americans don't do it if it benefits them that much.
Sure, depending on what.
Well, I would say it's like half and half. Yeah, like being like more open today. I don't know. Like it feels like it would be like it could go really badly or it could go really good, because like you've got like the whole of the left go like spoil and be like, hey, or like you've got like the right going, yeah, we love that, like America being good again, like they're pushing their foot down, not letting like these rebel communities go off the off the fly.
It's because of civilian casualties. Why? I don't know what I feel like that's not our problem, but maybe that's not. No, actually, you know what? I feel like rules of war deal with this pretty well. Like, if you're housing civilians near your military infrastructure, that's on you. I feel like that's your fault. If we bomb Yemen or Houthi missile launching installations and there are civilians nearby, like those targets are evaluated as military targets, as they rightfully should be. And if you're upset about civilian deaths in Yemen, then your blame should rest squarely with the Houthis. There's just no rhyme or reason. At the very least, I don't agree there's a good rationale for the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, but at the very least, they can make the argument that, like, well, we live in a small area, Israel is oppressing us, fuck it, we're gonna fight, I don't think it's a good argument, but it is an argument. But, like, I don't think that the Houthis have any argument. We're gonna start blowing up random ships, and because we are unhappy about this other conflict, on the other end of the peninsula, if this even counts as a peninsula up there. That's just bullshit. It should just be leveled.
One thing
Not when I say leveled, also I'm being hyper. I don't mean we should bomb the whole thing. Like any military base installation should be completely and utterly obliterated. Yeah.
One thing I think is really funny about this is like, especially a lot of the left as well, is they treat these ships like no one. Like a lot of the commentary online is like, oh, these Yemenis are trying to help the Israelis by like stopping ship trade, but like no one talks about like if this was like a land route, right, and people were going like on a train or stuff like that, right? Like stuff that people could actually personalize with and like compare themselves with. Like you go on a train normally, like or you go on like a cart or something. If they were just blowing blowing up like trains and shit, everyone would be fucking mad. But they don't care because it's ships. Like you can't imagine yourself on a ship, right? No one goes on like these cargo ships. They just think,
I understand what you're saying, and in another world I might have believed with you, but with where the rhetoric is today, especially with all the pro-populism, I don't think people would care, because they would just love like cargo trains, and people would. I feel like all the posting from like Hassan and all these people online would be like, guys, you keep thinking they're blowing up trains. It's not like the Hogwarts. Anyway, keep going. Fuck YouTube. They should be watching on Kick anyway. See.
I was just gonna say, it feels really weird that people defend like blowing up civilians to help another civilian. Like it feels like are we at that point now? Is just blow up other people because we can?
Yeah. Yeah, that justification is just wild. Like I'm so unhappy with this other conflict, I'm gonna start blowing up like ships, merchant ships. Yeah, it's wild. I don't know. I think I'm supposed to debate Jenk on it, but I delayed it by a week because I just want to be more prepared. But let's see, anything else? Russia, Ukraine, Russia. One thing that I'm really worried about, I was just talking to a friend offline about this, so this is just from one person, and maybe it won't matter, is do you know anything about Zelensky? He expressed to me a worry that Zelensky's probably not a great leader, and that he's kind of like riding high off the wartime stuff, but that Ukraine might have a lot of trouble transitioning back into like a peacetime government, and that there might be a whole bunch of issues relating to, people getting paid certain money right now because of the war effort, and it's not healthy for the country's like political future. Do you think there's any truth to that, or do you think that's just whatever?
I think it's very hard to say that because we have no analog to go on. Like he was barely a president when this happened, and he didn't really run for major. But I mean, at the same time, like, isn't that a bit like if you go back through history, presidents and stuff through like war times, it's pretty normal for a president to come in, be really like, they're gonna push stuff. They're like really like optimistic, and then they come out and then they leave after war.
Sure. Well, the scary thing though is that like for a country like the United States, that's not a big deal, or for like the UK or whatever, it's not a big deal. But for Ukraine, I think people forget maybe because we've been so swept up in the war stuff. Like Ukraine was, I think, one of the most corrupt countries in the world. Like prior to 2014, and even after 2014, there were huge problems, right?
I mean,
and I think people are worried about going back to that. Yeah.
It's making a lot of assumptions. It's like Ukraine is going to be a completely different country one way or another. They're either going to have back the Donbass and they're going to be that. They're going to have to deal with insurgency and shit like that. Or they're going to not have the Donbass and then they're going to end up with a country that's like just gone through war and you're going to have to deal with all these things. It feels like a very like non-issue to me. Like, why would you be worried about like a country that's literally just come out of war? And this is also completely removing the fact that like the whole rest of the world has a complete like an investment in them, like restructuring. Like all of the countries have huge amounts of money that they put in there that are very long-standing. Like for example, the EU has huge amounts of money that are like debt that they give them over time, right? And the US companies obviously want it to like rebuild because it produces shit. Like, people want it to like produce food and stuff like that, so it's cheaper. You want me to go?
No. Oh, do you think it would be worthwhile? Should Ukraine be getting weapons that can strike into Russia, or do you think that would be a mistake?
I don't think they need it.
You don't think so? Doesn't that kind of limit though, like the type of weapons we like? Theoretically, aren't there weapons we could give them that could strike like deep into Russia? That would maybe be bad, but it could also help them a lot on the battlefield. Like we could give them weapons that have the capability of hitting into Moscow, but they don't need to use it for that. They could use it for, like the Donbass or for Crimea. Like, is that not possible?
Well, I mean, if you look at like I feel like we've already given the best and the highest thing we should relative to air or ground to ground. Air to air, it's a completely different thing, or ground to air. But like anything that's firing to the ground, I think we've done like the Storm Shadow is amazing, and it goes like 200 to 300 kilometers.
I thought, weren't we holding back a lot on like all the ATCOM shit and the...
No, yeah, you are. The US is.
Uh-huh.
The UK aren't, and I think it's France. I'm not sure, but UK aren't. UK Storm Shadow is like the only long anti-ground missile that's actually going there. And if you right click on Google Maps and you can do measure distance, like you can see how far 200 to 300 kilometers. It's fucking very far. Like they can shoot stuff that's way into the US like field. And if you actually look at like the news of like refineries and stuff, like they literally shot up to they've been like shooting drones into US like oil producing stuff. Like they did a refinery the other day. They did a gas terminal.
Who's shooting into U.S. Wait, I'm sorry. Repeat that last part.
The Ukraine is shooting drones into oil-related stuff. So they did an oil terminal or an oil and gas terminal, I think 3 days ago. And they did a
in
refinery.
Russia?
Yeah, in Russia.
Okay.
Yeah. Either the terminal is in Ust-Gar, I think, and then the other one is like Tushi or whatever the fuck. I can't fucking pronounce it. They're doing a lot. Like the refinery is like 200,000 barrels per day of refining. That's a lot of refining capacity. Like to just turn offline if they could. And it's getting through. But sorry, the air, if you're talking about stuff to air though, they're kind of constrained on that. Like they need new, they need F-15s.
What's the Yeah, I was gonna say, what is the Russia's not flying a lot of air missions over Ukraine, are they?
No, they basically haven't done any. Like they do it really close to the border, but they basically haven't done any since like
Why not?
the Patriot came in, because they just the air-to-air game is just insane over there. Like if you have anything in the sky that isn't a drone, it just gets exploded by like 15 different
air-to-air game or the surface-to-air game?
Oh, surface-to-air. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then why? And then is Ukraine not flying planes for the same reason?
Well, they hardly have any. And yes, yeah.
Okay.
But it's also because and I was gonna say this before, but because the Ukrainians don't have any air-to-air missiles that can be put on aircrafts that do like long ranges that the Russians can. Russians can literally like set like across the map, and they can fire like 1.5 like 1,000-kilometer missile at like a plane, a Ukrainian plane, and the Ukrainian plane will have literally no idea it's coming, and they'll just blow up. So they lost a few planes to that, and they stopped doing it.
Are those missiles? And they come from other planes, and they're like maneuverable or whatever. Like they.
No, they're like massive like the way they're described as like massive buses. Like they're literally like an old as fuck missile, but because it's so far away and Ukraine doesn't have anything to like counter it when they're flying, they just like they're fucked by it. So they can hardly do any sorties.
Why don't we have we can't just like share, like we can't track that by satellite or anything, or?
It's very hard to track a missile by satellite.
Okay. Yeah, there's just no, and we don't have any type of like radar or air system.
Oh no, you can track it, but like when you're in a jet, for example, and let's say it's flying like it's doing a sortie to like the edge of like the area, right? Like there's no reason for like a jet in Ukraine, especially because it could get shot down, to just fly for no reason, right? So it's pretty much always going to be at the edge of territory because they're doing a mission. That like, for example, an AWAC on the like top left, where like all of the US and the EU ones are, it's going to have a hard time seeing a missile that's going like very fast from 1,500 kilometers away from the Russian border, like far inside the Russian border, like to a plane, when there's other stuff going on as well.
Huh. Gotcha. So, do F-35s run into these problems? Or are they good enough at avoiding like detection?
Well, they have counters. So they have like other air-to-air missiles which can counter that one.
Oh, interesting. Okay. We would never give probably F-35s to Ukraine though, would we?
Oh no, sorry. I thought you said F-15. F-15 you can do it as well. You just need the relevant platform to be able to fire the missile. So the problem with Ukraine right now is they don't have enough, or they don't have any planes that can actually equip the missiles. They have to like gerrymander them on.
Sure.
And even then, it's like really shit.
Jerry-rig, you mean? But yeah, I understand what you mean. Okay. You said that F-15s or F-15s wouldn't have this problem, or you said they could, but
the counter.
But the F-15 doesn't have like the weapon system or the platform to support it. You have to like jerry-rig it, or are you saying they have to jerry-rig their current planes, but the F-15s would natively support it?
To jerry-rig on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Huh. We gave them F-16s from the 80s and 90s.
They've been like.
What was going on with for Saddam Hussein? Why did he get fucked so hard by air shit? I understand that was a long time ago, but Was it? Did they just not care about planes, or did they never think the U.S. would come in? Or because my understanding is we basically had like a free reign of that country in terms of like
Was
airship.
that Desert Storm?
Yeah, didn't we, or did we not?
Yeah,
Remind me.
it was because we had such a huge. The coalition had like an insane amount of superiority. They basically did like a huge like sortie. There's a really good video, you've probably seen it, of like the guy who like maps out all of the movement of like the units. It's insane. Like there's like I think it's 1,500 planes going around, and they like fired like a huge amount of missiles, and they basically just removed all of their anti-air in like the first like half a day. And they didn't go anywhere in there until they did all of that, and it was like all of it was gone.
Gotcha. What is like the range on like an air to surface missile from like a plane? Like how far away can you be shooting these things?
It can be really far. I'm pretty sure the longest ones are like 2,000 kilometers.
Really?
I think so. That might be supersonic. I think it's like around like 1,000. Or
Okay,
like
fuck me, I don't know
1.5K.
anything. Gotcha. I would have assumed like it was like 5 or 10 miles. Okay. Jesus Christ.
No,
Okay.
definitely not that short. No. They can go way further than that.
Okay. Are you? What's the advantage of shooting from planes as opposed to doing like surface to surface missiles? Is it because they come off the plane faster, they're harder to track, or are they gonna be fired from different places?
Yeah,
or
so
what?
it's easier because one, the maneuverability. Like for example, you can fly a plane round and then you can drop it off. But it's also the I don't know. This is like how my field like, but I know a bit of it. But it's like the actual maneuverability of a missile. Like some missiles you literally cannot fire from a ground thing because you have to have the speed of a jet already. So you drop it off and it's already got the velocity of the aircraft.
What is that because of the way the engine on the missile works, or I would
think
assume
it's
it was
because
all
of-
rocket fuel?
Yeah,
or
so
what?
it's the jet engine, right? So it has to use the certain amount of atmospheric pressure.
Oh, and you've got to be going fast enough for the air to intake or whatever,
Yeah.
I guess, to ignite the fuel.
I'm
mixture
pretty
or
sure
whatever.
that's
Yeah,
how it
gotcha,
works.
Gotcha. Interesting. Oh, okay. Damn. Okay. It's kind of dark, but I feel like it would be cool to see, or it'd be very interesting to see like a high-tech war between two big powers. But I guess nuclear weapons also kind of makes it so that'll probably never happen, huh?
I don't think so. I think there could definitely be a war in Taiwan.
Yeah, but do you really think so? With like U.S.
No, I
directly
genuinely do,
fighting
yeah.
with China directly?
It like, look at it this way, right? I think a lot of people very much like downplay, and you might be doing this. I'm just like going with how I think about it. Like, I think a lot of people really downplay how much importance Taiwan semiconductor actually has. The rest of the country is useless, very much. Like,
No, I'm not
TSMC
denying that like
lit-
China wants Taiwan. I'm just questioning like with the United States.
No,
going
I
to
don't mean that.
direct
I don't
war
mean that.
with- Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, like the amount if they go invade Taiwan, we are fucked. We like it's going to be like 1970s but worse, like way worse. And I don't mean that on like the oil thing. I mean it just like they create 80 to 90% of all the advanced semiconductors, and they are not moving out of there because they want the leverage on the US. It would be disastrous for us to lose all of that. We wouldn't be able to make like phones, we wouldn't be able to make cars, we wouldn't be able to make anything that involves technology.
Well,
it would be like a huge block
For
on
now,
everything.
okay, until Biden's CHIPS Act really takes
yeah.
off, okay.
Well, no, that doesn't fix it because they're not bringing over their lower architecture fab things. They're keeping their highest ones in Taiwan because they don't want to bring that leverage over to the US.
Is this literally
it's
impossible for us to duplicate here? The United States of fucking America can't do lower level.
It's RNG. Like, for example, Intel and what's his name? Not ASML. It's Intel and there's another one. I've forgotten what it's called.
People are saying
But
ASML make the chips. The fabs are made.
No,
in,
ASML don't make the chips. They make the lithography that
Okay.
create the chips.
Okay.
They don't make
TSMC manufactures them.
No,
but-
no. AMD don't make chips. I'm seeing chat. AMD and Nvidia don't make chips. They make the designs for chips, and then the fabs create the chips. Samsung, that's it. Samsung, and then Intel and TSMC. So they've all been trying to make lower architecture. For example, Intel has been stuck on like 12 to 10 nanometer for ages. Samsung has really good nanometer architecture, but their yield is trash. So, for example, Apple had a deal with them before, but their yield is so garbage, they went to Taiwan Semiconductor because their yield is better, and they have better architecture. So, like, they legitimately have a very, very, very big lead on everyone else, and it can't just go away from spending more money on it in like a couple year time period. It could definitely take like 10 plus years for us to catch up to them.
Wait, so I understand Taiwan is important and everything. I just don't understand the part where the U.S.
So,
is actually like
before,
fighting with China. That just feels like so catastrophic.
So like let's say well I was going before like
Yeah, go
you
for it.
can't make a car, you can't make a computer, you can't make phones, you can't make any of these things the way you could before. It would be like a massive downgrade. Like it would be going from like 2023 to like 2019 or 18, right? Or worse. Because we literally cannot get those chips anymore because they're only made in Taiwan. We can't copy those chips, and they aren't going to move out of there because they need that leverage to keep, fighting off China. Do you really think, as a country, like not together, we're going to be like, oh, we're just going to let this happen? And you think
I
China's
feel
gonna
like
be
this is what would happen. I have no basis for this whatsoever. Okay, absolutely no basis. So take everything I say with many grains of salt. Obviously, I know you probably know more about all of this than I do. But like, it feels like we're making these statements like Taiwan does this and nobody else can do the blah 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 blah. But like, world markets are fairly responsive. Like, you're telling me that if China were to say like, fuck it, we own Taiwan now, suck a dick, no other countries in the world would be able to come together or start creating these fabrication plants or duplicate anything in Taiwan. It would just be game over. It would be like, fuck it, back to the dark ages, we can't do it. Oh, Taiwan,
Yes.
this special piece of land was the only place in the entire planet that could ever manufacture and fabricate these wafers. Like,
Yes.
I'm sure it would be
Yes,
big delays and
legitimate.
everything, but
No, it would take a decade plus. You could get really lucky and maybe, but it's like that's like less than 1%. It's really hard to understand the scale.
wait, okay, can you explain why is it so hard to just build these fabrication plants?
So it's not the actual fabrication plants. It's the architecture. It's like having a patent.
We can't just steal it? Doesn't China steal all of our technology?
No, we can't. Well, I mean, you could if you wanted to.
Why?
I mean,
How can we not? What do you mean by you
Just
can't?
Don't do that. You can't. I mean, if this was allowed, there would be no chip companies. There would just be one, and he would steal everyone else's.
If this was wait, I mean, we made Stuxnet. You telling me that? So it's literally just an intellectual property problem in terms of like we just can't duplicate it because we just don't know how they're made.
Yes.
Huh.
Oh no, you do know how they're made. You're just not allowed to make them because they own them.
Oh wait, so
Technically,
we
the US
could
could go-
wait. Well, wait. Well, if it literally came down to like a national security bullshit, and China took over Taiwan or whatever. That the only thing you're saying the whole world would set itself back half a decade or more
okay.
because we wouldn't want to violate the intellectual property rights of fucking China.
Okay, let's say you do.
Uh-huh.
Let's say China goes, we want Taiwan. You like, all right, you can have Taiwan, and you're like, okay, we know we have the patents for these. We know how to make them, and we're gonna make them. That will take 5 to 7 years to make those fabs because you have to make new fabs.
Okay.
You can restructure already made ones, which I'm sure many companies would definitely love to do if you're like subsidizing it. But that would also take years because you have to remake the whole thing. Each fab thing is completely different. Like making one architecture to another one is like remaking the whole factory, and it takes years to make these factories. They're massive. And if you wanted to completely like restructure the whole global scale and make enough chips to make up for the loss, it would take a decade plus easily. If any scenario you want, it would take that long to make. It would because you would have to make like I think they have 15 to 20 fabs, or like maybe 15. It might be just 15, but they have that many and they make different architectures. It would take a very very long time to make all those things, and that would cost like hundreds of billions,
Okay.
maybe a trillion plus.
Okay. Well.
And that's not counting the hurt you would take from not having those chips in the meantime, if that makes sense.
Gotcha.
That also applies to your military as well. You use these chips in the military. So your military like product would have to change. That would be fucking.
Anything else?
You want to leave or leave?
What did you just say?
I say if you want to leave or leave.
Oh. Well, no, I was asking if anyone else had to say.
No, I'll just answer your question.
People talk a lot about the South China Sea and China like sailing ships around here for like claim islands and shit. Is this like a real thing, or I see a headline
Yes.
pop up every now and then? When they say that, are they like, what are they trying to do? Like take islands from like the Philippines or
So
Malaysia,
what's
or is it
actually
like,
happening
yeah,
is the building like fake islands thing is semi right, but like what's happening is they're kind of like pushing their economic boundary. So there was a big story on this like 2 to 3 years ago, and they basically just like push into the Philippine like economic area, and they just say this is ours now, and the Philippine like sailors are just like, well, hey, we're fucked. So then you have like, you just get them pushing against each other, and the problem with this is they've been doing it for a long time now, so they've actually taken land, and when I say land I mean like water, and people can't use it anymore. So it is kind of an issue, because it's kind of like setting a precedent that like China can just do whatever they want. And they don't have to go for any regulations. They don't have to like. Obviously, it's a lot different than blowing up Philippines and stuff and stealing it. But they are actually like, you know, pushing their political power and stealing like land or things.
and then what is the, not to sound cold, but like, why does this matter? Do we ever think that China would like refuse some ships through like these shipping lanes or whatever? Or
Oh
is it
no,
just them
100%. It doesn't matter for us, but it's obviously shit for the nation.
for the people there? Okay. A long time ago, people were really concerned about the, was it called the Belt Road Initiative?
Oh yeah.
That China was like extending influence through a lot of Asia and Africa, and for a while it seemed like China was dominating the whole world. I read an article, this was like 3 or 4 years ago, that basically said that like actually the West dramatically overestimates China's competence in this, and it's like a fucking nightmare shit show, and they're not actually doing anywhere near as well as people thought they would with that Belt Road Initiative. Where do you
So-
stand on like China's influence on countries that aren't like bordering them?
So the same with everything to do with China that is said in the West. It's either from one side or the other. There is no in between. But
Yeah.
It's usually somewhere in between. The Belt and Road Initiative had a very hard time because of the issues they have with their debt and the currency issues. So the yuan, or the CNH, is ticker, has gone down in value a lot recently due to against the dollar. And that has affected their debt because of like the debt the countries have with them. But it's also because of COVID, it fucked a lot of the countries that owed them money. There's a few African countries that actually couldn't pay on them, and what they do is they essentially just like remortgage it, like essentially, or refinance would be the proper word. But it's not like dead; it's still happening. It's just like going through a rough period, a very rough period.
Gotcha.
I would never say it's failed, because the idea of it was to like export like China influence to other places and make them rely on them even more than they already do, like building infrastructure in those places like Africa or other places. And then the Belt and Road as a whole thing was meant to be building a train like across the place to like have a huge like economic like railway that goes through a bunch of countries to EU to make it. I don't know why they ever did that. I looked into like the economic value of it. It just seems a bit like odd. I mean, it makes sense for the countries in between, I guess, but like you would have to have a very, very high speed like train to be able to make that economically viable in like a kind of non-cargo ship kind of way.
Do you think that the West overhypes how fucked North Korea is, or do you think it is a shithole?
North Korea?
Yeah. Like lefties and shit always say that North Korea is actually not really as bad as people claim it is, and the people there do okay, and we just like overhype it. Or do you think it's pretty fucked?
I mean, I think that the problem is that people look at it from a Western point of view. Does that make sense?
No.
So like, we have all the like, we have loads of things we like TVs and like, we get new products every year, like etc. Like all these comfortable things, right? Like a new fridge and stuff like that. All these cool things, like. You just have to look at it like they're in the 1990s, I guess, like 2000s, or like permanently. But it's like instead of getting stuff every other year or year, they get it like every 5 years, and it's like a lot harder to get because the imports and stuff like that are very bad.
Gotcha.
But I wouldn't say there's like I don't think they're living like concentration camp like style shit. Like, obviously I'm being hyperbole, but like, yeah, I think it's like I think they're fine with it because every human's going to adapt to their thing, but they would obviously like it more if they weren't living in like a shit economy compared to us.
Gotcha. Okay, shifting gears. Okay, one more question. I haven't done Iranese history yet. Do you think that if Iran got nuclear weapons, do you think that Israel would actually be threatened? That like, or not threatened, but like, do you think that there is a chance for some sort of nuclear strike against like Saudi Arabia or Israel? Or do you think that's largely like overblown, or what?
Can I go like a bit of a preface here? So one of the big things I think is really, really important right now, which obviously I haven't got into because you haven't researched Iran yet, is Iran and China's influential relationship. One of the things that worries me is not that Iran might get nukes, like not the most, that's like obviously very worrying, but the thing that worries me a lot is that China has a very, very, very like good reason to stay on like Iran's good side and them to stay like both ways. And it's also about the pressure they have on Iran's politics and their movement. So the reason this is one of the reasons this is important, for example, is Iran has a lot of exports of oil, and they all go to China via like funny financial ways. They go to Malaysia, like they say on the actual cargo thing, but they come from Iran, and they sell them to them, and they can't sell them to anywhere else. Like they rely on China to buy this oil. India might buy it, like a few like private companies might like try and skirt the road, but like it's very unlikely, especially on like 3 million barrels per day kind of scale. So Iran relies on China. If they get nukes, like is China going to be like no, or are they like like, does that make sense? Like, that's kind of a little bit more worrying, because to me it's like, if they just had it themselves, then the US could just go in there and kill them all and just take the nukes and be like, yeah, fuck you, we're gone. Because we know how much they have enrichment, roughly. Like, they kind of let the people go in there sometimes. They probably have a little bit higher, but we're pretty sure that they're very close or are at the point that they can make nukes. I think it's a 90% enrichment ratio or purity. So, yeah, I don't think it's the worrying about them getting nukes. I'm pretty sure they're going to get nukes. It's whether or not they have the ability to fire them, one, like the ballistic missiles.
Isn't the ICBM part relatively easy compared to the nuclear like enrichment part, or no?
Oh, well, definitely, because when you're looking on a global scale, like, for example, like, it's harder to make enriched uranium because people are like, oh, what are you doing? But if you're making it like an ICBM, it's like, you might be using that for ballistics, not like nuclear weapons.
Sure.
But,
and
like,
even they don't even technically need like ICBMs to hit like Israel.
No, but firing a non-ICBM missile, it's going to be a bit weird. I mean, you could drop it, go like World War II style, but like, it would be very risky, right? Like, if you were Iran, right, you're like, you finally got nukes, would you risk using a sub-tier, like, missile, like, munition, like, style, than using, like, a proper one that you're...
Well, I mean, you can use proper... When I say ICBM, they're, like, medium ballistic missiles.
Oh, yeah, no, 100%.
Too, right?
I'm just saying it's why people love ICBM so much, because they are really hard to track. They have a very, very good, like, curvature, like, between when you fire them and when they get to their target. It's a lot harder for them to track. They're very fast as well.
Why would it be hard for us to just go in and blow everything in Iran as the U.S.? Like, China and Iran don't have a formal alliance, do they?
No, that's not what I'm saying. If you could do that, sure, that'd be great. But I don't think that's gonna happen because I think it would have already happened. To me, when I'm thinking about this, right, I think like US is like, okay, if we want to go there, they are enriching uranium. Why would the hell, if they could do it, why would they wait till the last second?
I don't know. Well, why haven't we then?
Kind of. Sorry?
Why haven't we? Why would the United States?
Well, my opinion is that they don't want to do it because it's too like means like the precedent of doing it. I don't know what the reason is, but I think to me it sounds very stupid to not go in there now and stop them from doing it if their idea is definitely because they've said this multiple times. And the deals between EU and US about the nuclear Iran deal, where they completely raise their demands over and over again, it's really unrealistic. That's why the US stepped out. They are very obviously wanting to get nuked. Why the hell would we let them get that? That seems really stupid.
Well, yeah, I don't know. You tell me.
Well, no, that I don't know. None of us know. Like, no one knows why the US, like, you know, Pentagon isn't going to do that. At least from my knowledge, I haven't, because I keep up with this stuff, and I don't see a reason why we are just letting them do it. That's why I'm a little bit scared.
Doesn't Israel fly planes into like Syria and Iraq sometimes and bomb shit if they're I know maybe not Iraq anymore, but like Syria. I feel like I remember them doing this in like the 60s and 70s where they'd fly into Syria and Iraq and like bomb nuclear reactors and shit if they thought they were enriching stuff. Why don't they fly over to Iran and bomb that shit? Is it too far for them or?
That's a little too specific to me, but I would guess from what I know that they have like places. It's usually very, very secure. Like flying a plane in that place would be very hard because you have anti-air and stuff like that. And Iran is shit, but like they're gonna have the best anti-air possible around their nuclear facility.
Yeah, you say like best anti-air possible, but like if we were like, I'm guessing, if the United States were doing like dedicated missions, like would Iranian anti-air, if Iraqi anti-air didn't stop us, would Iranian anti-air stop us, or?
Yes, probably, yeah.
Do you think so?
You can't, like there's a certain point where your missiles can't just like go for everything.
Oh,
like
they have to. What they have to do is they need to get 6 planes to fly a mission close to the ground. They need to do an inverted 9G dive. Did you watch? Did you watch that movie?
Oh yeah. I know you're watching. Blackout before they fire it. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I that's why I worry about China because I feel like it's not. I think it's not an issue of them going in there, and if they can do it, it's a political issue. Because like I would really interested if you could research because I genuinely have no idea why they aren't going there and doing that. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Wow.
Why would you ever let your biggest enemy make a weapon that historically has stopped all war happening from doing that? It seems really stupid.
Yeah, I don't know. Does Saudi Arabia? They have nuclear weapons and delivery vehicles, right?
We have nukes with them. Like they, yeah.
Gotcha.
It's like NATO, but not NATO.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Once we get to the wait, people are saying no. I know Israel has nuclear weapons and nuclear deliveries and have.
Oh no, it's Israel. Fuck, you're right.
Israel has for 50 years. Does Saudi Arabia not? Okay, never mind.
I thought you meant Israel. Sorry.
Okay.
No,
Gotcha.
they just have ICBM type ballistics.
Gotcha. Huh. Well. Pakistan does somehow. How the fuck did I don't know Pakistan's history well. How
It's
the fuck
because
did they get
they
nuclear?
made them. I'm pretty sure. Or no, it wasn't. I think it was either they made them before it was all outlawed, or someone gave it to them. I think someone sold them stuff, or like they just took it and then they still have it for some reason. This is really rough though. I barely understand the Pakistan stuff. I think it's something like that.
Huh. Okay. Is it on the grand scheme of things? If you had to do something, and the choice was between like enriching nuclear uranium versus building ICBMs, which one do you think is harder? Assuming other people weren't gonna fuck with you.
Enriching uranium is way harder.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, because ICBMs are just like rockets. It's just like some math and like.
Well, no, rockets is really hard as well. Like,
really?
Really, really hard. Yeah. Cause, like, if you think about it this way, right? Like, I think we take this for granted. Like, the amount of like information you need to make a missile like that is insane. And you need people that are skilled in doing this to do it for years and years and years on end.
Huh. Okay. Okay, well, anything else?
I mean, as before, it's your questions. I'll leave when you're done. Just treat me as a wiki. You just search up and then I'll answer anything again.
Yeah, true. Trying to think. Did you see that? Apparently, there was a paper that got posted today in Our Economics about how China, or not China, about how Africa, like theorizing why they have so much trouble, like industrializing as quickly as other nations did. Did you see this at all, or?
No, I haven't. What was the idea?
I think they focus on basically tons of ethnic conflict, lots of unstable governments. Is this a? I don't know if this is a published paper, or if this is what the fuck this is. I was just scrolling through some of the comments on it. I didn't actually read it. It's called "Why
I feel
Is
like the
Africa Poor?"
I feel like Africa's doing fine. I mean, like, I think again, this is a very Western view kind of thing. Maybe I'm wrong, but like I obviously don't know much about like culturally stuff like that. But like when I say fine as well, I'm being like on the like roads to coming to like the S curve. Like for example, China like had a huge huge benefit along with India, that their population was massive and they had a huge amount of what's the word? They had loads of like resources like coal, so they could reliably scale up their industrial complex, and they had enough energy resources to be able to meet that demand. They had the population to do it. They had enough like young workers to do it. They had like the agricultural like ability to feed their people. They had a lot of benefits. The same with like India. As you said before, like Africa is like very segmented, but at the same way, like they have to import a lot of their stuff, and at the same time, they have to scale up in a very inhospitable like kind of area, in terms to like China, like on the coastal areas and stuff like that. Like if you're like in the middle of like Africa, then it's a lot harder to like boost up your economy. But at the same time, they are increasing. Like their standard of living is slowly going up. I mean, it took like what 40 years for India to get where they are, and they're barely in like the like good period of like an economy. The way I like to think about it is this: is like there's like 3 stages of an economy. You have like the first period where like only the 1% or like top 10% get like the good economic conditions, and I don't mean like like we would like our economical conditions, but like good for their kind of economy. And then you've got like the second tier where it's like maybe the suburbs and stuff like that are getting good stuff, and then you've got the third tier where it's like the countryside and stuff are getting good shit. And Africa are definitely in the first tier, but like India is basically just going on to their second tier, but they're just making roads to like across the country. They're building up large infrastructure. They're building they're finally moving on from like average like not a pedal bike, but like the motorbikes to like from motorbikes and 2 chair like cars to 4 chairs, and they're like slowly moving up in their economical like tier.
Sure.
And it took them ages, and they've got the like one of the best situations in the world. Population wise and resources wise.
Sure.
So
I think the issue is I think there's still like a ton of like violence between countries and stuff in ways that are really bad that people want there to not be when it comes to a lot of African countries. But maybe it's not fair to expect them to jump ahead as quickly or something. I'm not sure. I don't know enough about the region, so I can't say. Fuck. I had one other question. Oh fuck, what was it? I just read a nope. Oh. Do you think there's any truth to or chance that this Michael Sartain guy was talking to me about this? Well, I don't know what he reads or where his information come from. Do you think there's a chance that Russia might be like a paper tiger insofar as their nuclear arsenal is concerned? That maybe the maintenance and the delivery systems on that are not really that good, or do you think it's still like a
100% not? If there's anything Russia does well, it's their nuclear thing. They spend so much money building and like keeping up with their nuclear deterrence. Like it's insane. It feels like really stupid to just go, oh no, their nuclear stuff is shit because their military shit, like their ground military. That just feels very extrapolation.
I think it wasn't. Yeah, I think his argument had to do with the idea that like maintaining like maintaining the isotopes and everything in the nuclear warheads was actually like a pretty costly and like time intensive and everything intensive.
No,
like,
it is, yeah. But
yeah.
they relative to the US, they spend so much more on it, and that's not even counting like that's not like overall because they have more missiles. Obviously, it would take more, but per like missile, they spend a lot more. They also build like Prune even does a video on this. He like they build a lot more missiles to actually support like their nuclear. Everything they build supports nuclear missiles. Like, everything.
Okay.
I feel like it's like to me that feels very like bad faith, like from someone to like just extrapolate from their like ground military doing bad. Like it feels like, oh, everything in Russia is shit because this is shit, if that makes sense.
Okay. If the war ends in Ukraine, do you think that the Donbass is just gonna like declare itself like independent or whatever, like they did in Georgia? With what was it, like South Ossetia or whatever in the fuck, or whatever the fuck, and then the other thing.
Can I ask if like how the war ends? Like it doesn't have to be specific, just like
assuming that like tomorrow, like okay, peace, we're all done fighting or whatever. Do you think that Russia would formally annex any of the parts of Ukraine, or would it all just run as like these quote unquote autonomous regions, and then Russia would basically have like de facto control, but not officially?
If it ended today, I feel like this might like piss a lot of people off, but I think the Russians are gonna have like the quote-unquote leverage in that scenario.
Oh damn, they already have annexed it? When they say annexation here, does this refer like formally they consider it like part of the country of Russia? Yeah. Like not like operating as an autonomous region, but actually like formally it is just now part of Russia or whatever?
Yeah, they fully annexed it, like they did Crimea.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so it feels like to me it would be very hard for Putin to go. Putin has done this before, and I'm pretty sure he went maybe like a year or two ago. But like Putin has pulled out of bad situations and like twisted it into a good way. He's like a lot of people say, oh no, he would never leave because he wouldn't want the bad press. Like he's done it before. It might have been Syria, I'm not sure. But like the problem is now is like it's kind of in the period of like forever war. So I feel like they would have the leverage of a possible forever war going on, alongside them being a very, 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 very large marginal producer of a huge commodity, which is oil and other commodities. Those other commodities, by the way, are very, very needed in the Western world, like not just oil. So they've got that, and they've already annexed it. I feel like those three things combined give them a little bit of leverage over Ukraine if we were to just say tomorrow, hey, we're coming to peace negotiations, are we going to annex it or not? I feel like Russia would put in the annexation. Because I think it's going to be, I don't know if you agree with this, but I think it's probably going to be the US that's going to be doing the negotiations, like, you know, in the background, behind, you know, the landscape.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the US is going to be the important player there, right? Because we're the ones that ultimately put the... Oh wait, one final question. Sorry. Like the republics like in Russia? What the fuck does that mean? Is there something that in like a Russian? You know what I'm talking about? Like Chechnya, I think is like it's like part of Russia, but it's like a republic in Russia. Like what the fuck does that mean? Insofar as like how it runs.
I believe it's like I believe it's like it's not like they have like pull over like the jurisdiction on like on laws and stuff. But I think they can like intervene if they want. It's like it's kind of like how it was before in the USSR, I think.
Is it though? Because I feel like they have more control over the republics than they would have theoretically of like the states.
I'm just like pulling together kind of things. I'm not like very knowledgeable.
Okay. All right. Okay. Gotcha.
Okay.
Have fun, Kevin. Whatever. Here, let's watch this real quick.
This microchip can take up to 26 weeks to make. In its as many as 100 layers, billions of transistors are packed into an area about the size of a fingernail. They're the brains behind almost everything we use in our increasingly electronic world. Here's how these complex, tiny devices are made. The process begins with silicon-rich sand. Why silicon? Silicon is a semiconductor. It's the sweet spot between an insulator and a pure conductor. That means its properties such as its conductivity can be altered by adding impurities or doping to meet the needs of different electronic
Doping? What?
properties such as its conductivity can be altered by adding impurities or doping to meet the needs of different electronic devices. This also allows us to control the electrical signals that pass through. Silicon is also abundant. It's one of the 10 most common elements found on Earth. But much of the silicon found in the wild is chemically bound to oxygen, so the two elements must be separated. The sand is combined with carbon and melted in crucibles to produce carbon monoxide and 99% pure silicon. After further processing, ultra-pure silicon is produced. Next, a seed crystal is placed in contact with molten silicon. As the seed crystal is slowly pulled away, silicon atoms are deposited on the bottom surface. The result is a large cylindrical boule, or a single crystal ingot of pure silicon. The boule is then thinly sliced into wafers. Silicon wafers typically have diameters of 1 to 12 inches, with the most state-of-the-art facilities being able to produce wafers up to 18 inches in diameter. Bigger wafers are, of course, able to yield more microchips. Once the silicon wafers are cut, the production process begins in full. Microchips are made in extremely sterile conditions, free from contaminants such as dust. If even just one particle of dust makes its way onto a silicon wafer, the entire batch is at risk of being ruined. This would derail a process that can take an average of 12 weeks. The first step of the production process is deposition. A thin, non-conducting layer of silicon dioxide is grown or deposited on the surface of the wafer. Then the silicon wafer is prepared for lithography by coating it with photosensitive and light-resistant materials. The next step is very critical: exposure. The prepared silicon wafers enter a lithography machine and are exposed to UV light passed through a reticle containing the chip's blueprint. The areas exposed to light are hardened, while unexposed areas are then etched away by hot gases to leave a three-dimensional microchip. The electrical conductivity of different parts of the chip can also be altered by doping them with chemicals under heat and pressure. This process can be repeated hundreds of times for the same chip, producing a more complex integrated circuit at each step. To create conducting paths between the components, a thin layer of metal, such as aluminum, is overlaid onto the chip, and the etching process is used to remove everything except the thin conducting pathways. Several layers of conductors separated by glass insulators can be laid down. Each chip on the wafer is then tested for performance before it's separated from other chips on the wafer by a saw. Since microchips are essentially circuits built on an incredibly small scale, they have a basic set of components. Capacitors can temporarily store an electrical charge. Resistors help control the electrical current. Transistors can either amplify or switch the electrical signals passing through. For more advanced chips, like those found on high-end graphics cards, there can be upwards of 28
Oh my god! Video.
billion transistors on board. More transistors on microchips allow them to send out more instructions, increasing the computational power. Moore's law predicts that computer chip manufacturing would advance at a steady rate, allowing transistor counts to double every 2 years. Based on the sheer power of the technology we use on a day-to-day basis, this decades-old prediction seems to still be mostly true. Manufacturers have been shrinking down their transistor sizes to fit more onto chips. Each breakthrough in transistor size has allowed the production of more powerful chips for our phones, computers, and gaming consoles. In recent years, they've gotten each transistor down to as small as 8 times 10 to the power of negative 8 inches in diameter, allowing an amazing 50.
Dude, I feel like I remember a few years ago people were saying, was it less than 10 or less than 10 or 12 nanometers? They were saying it was literally physically impossible based on our modern understanding of like physics and like what is it called, like electron. What's the name for in? I think it's is this in quantum mechanics where like electrons can just kind of like phase out of reality and then phase past like gates and shit. What's it called? Quantum phasing? Is it tunneling? It might be quantum tunneling. They're supposedly like below 12 nanometers if it's impossible, but apparently I guess it's not.
To as small as 8 times 10 to the power of negative 8 inches in diameter, allowing an amazing 50 billion transistors to be crammed onto a single
That's where ultraviolet lithography comes in.
chip. Manufacturing microchips is truly one of our most complex feats, and yet innovations are happening every day.
It's not actually 2 nanometers. Nanometer numbers these days are marketing, and TMSC's 7 nanometers different than Intel's 7 nanometers. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Grabbing all 2 Okay, you hit the stream. Have a microphone that's not dog shit. Red, you're up first. Not here. Sith the work. Sith.
Hello.
Sithy walk. What's up?
Hi. So, I was here yesterday, and I wanted to ask you. I was going to email you, and you wanted some comprehensive people.
This doesn't sound like a disagreement. Careful. Go.
Okay, disagreement.
Or what were you? Go ahead. What was your thing about? Go.
Well, my disagreement overall is you even like edging towards it, calling Ukraine a forever war, and I wanted to convince you, like, that's pretty stupid, to be honest, in my opinion.
What's pretty stupid?
To even be thinking that Ukraine is anywhere near being called a forever war right now.
Would it be impossible for the conflict to grind down to a standstill where progress isn't made on either end?
Yeah, but we are not even close to that point with the amount of troops that aren't being used by Ukraine with, like you saw yesterday, the amount of people that they aren't drafting. The average age of military is like 40. I don't understand how even like the video that you watched yesterday hasn't fully started shifting your opinion on that.
Okay. So you think that they should just conscript a fuck ton more people and they would make more progress if they did that?
I think we should be giving them more weapons, and I think what they're doing right now is waiting and hoping that either by soon that US will pass more stuff, or in the elections will gain members in Congress and be able to give them more aid.
Okay. I mean, they can do more with more weapons and make progress. I think it's probably good. Yeah.
Oh, and I wanted to clarify, yes, they are getting Storm Shadow long-range missiles, but while they aren't getting ATACMS, that hurts because they aren't able to do the same type of combined arms warfare, which you were kind of criticizing them about not being able to do, because you saw somebody like high up in, I think it was the US military, saying that, and the US has been criticized quite heavily around the world, including by Ukraine, for criticizing them on not properly using combined arms warfare, not fighting the Western tactics, because they were we were training Ukraine to fight as if they had air superiority, and they don't, because all of their planes are like the older MiGs and have shorter range than all of the Russian planes.
Okay. I don't understand what about that.
Without any level of air superiority, it's hard to push lines on the ground, especially when they're dug in.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
So I think we're gonna see a lot of progress come around when the F-16s come in, and I still wanted to email you. I don't think I can find a comprehensive person to give the whole look, but I don't know why you would want a comprehensive analysis of the Ukraine conflict, because
comprehensive is better, because I don't know, I can't interpret how important a single factor figure is.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna give you factor figures, but I can give you like more arc analysis of like how the military's going, how the economy's doing, but I don't know why you would want like an economist judging how the military's doing, if that makes sense.
I don't think I would want an economist judging how the military's going.
Yeah, so I can't give you like a comprehensive one guy says everything about all of Ukraine.
Well, the Ukraine, I mean comprehensive about like the war effort, essentially.
Okay, yeah, gotcha. Oh, and we fighting troops on the ground against China in Taiwan is not scary at all, because China has one of the only second strike nuclear policies where they won't use nukes until one is used against them or their like main government's in threat.
You said that was for China or Iran?
Yes.
Oh, for China?
China.
Okay.
So that's why we aren't afraid of like actually.
Wait, does anybody
shooting
have a
at them.
different nuclear strike policy? Does somebody has a first strike nuclear policy?
Some of them are less explicit.
Okay. Alright, I love you. Sith work.
Oh, before I go, I just want to say I didn't take a year of international law. I took a year of international relations. I just spoke yesterday.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Okay, other guy that spoke, go.
Cool. You're wrong about Ukraine, but not for the same reasons that half of chat thinks that you're wrong.
Okay, go for it.
Fuck, I forgot exactly what I'm supposed to put now. Broadly speaking, Ukraine does have a lot more capabilities than I think you've given them credit for. They have their biggest problem at the moment is that they just don't have enough shells. It kind of goes back and forth. The longer we trickle feed ammunition and support in, the more Russia is able to like build up their manufacturing base. The faster we give them the more stuff, the more decisive anything can be, and the less time Russia has to build up that base in the background.
What's the major like hold up on like shells for?
So some of it is manufacturing, and some of it is geopolitical, and some of it is internal politics. My overall feeling at the beginning was that like we kind of weren't really sure. Is Russia going to win fast? Is Russia going to win slow? Russia's going to win like, well, I don't know. And then as Ukraine kind of proved themselves, we're like, oh, okay, well, yeah, sure, maybe we can actually put some stuff in. Maybe they do deserve the support. Maybe there's something here. The EU was like really slow just because there's like a whole ton of them, and they've had a couple of member states who've been vetoing things. I think it's the Hungary guy, the Orban in Hungary. He's been the one who was delaying Sweden and Finland from joining NATO as well. Although that's just finished, so they've now like officially they're there. That's happening. And so a lot of the various member states of the EU have had to essentially, rather than doing it through the EU, all decide amongst each other to do things individually, and kind of bypass the EU bureaucracy, bypass the NATO bureaucracy. There was a lot at the beginning of like not wanting to cross any of Russia's potential red lines and kind of keep everything broadly proportional so that nothing escalates too far out of control. A lot of that feels like it's more rooted in internal politics, especially in the US, but also just in Europe in general. Some countries like Australia and Canada.
Okay,
just
gotcha.
like,
Yep. Internal politics,
want
keeping
to
people
send
paying stuff.
anything.
Gotcha. Okay.
And the one big thing was that a lot of the stuff that that America didn't want to do, UK was willing to do. So things like Storm Shadows. UK sent Storm Shadows first, which are like essentially like the big HIMARS. They're their own equivalent. France has the same. They sent a bunch of them, and then after that, America sent them like the longer range HIMARS ones. And long story short, the sooner we give them the support that they need, the better it will be. Completely separate to that, Ukraine will Ukraine is not like them taking Ukraine does not result in peace. I can send you some articles from the Institute for the Study of War, which can probably explain it better than me, although I don't think they're comprehensive. But broadly speaking, like if we take Russia, like both at their word internally and on their word on like the public stage and politically, like they want Poland, they want Latvia, they want Lithuania, they want Ukraine, they want Belarus, and there's no reason to assume that if they take what they've technically annexed by Russian law, which is like the Donbass and the other ones, them and Crimea, that they won't stop. The original, yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff there with Lithuania, Poland, etc. And also internal to Russia, the general kind of political will of the people, if they get their nose snubbed in Ukraine, is probably, you know, but is probably going to like lessen the appetite for war. If they take Ukraine, glory to Russia. Like, yes, this is our glorious kind of like pre-USSR Russian Empire nation building, just like from a domestic standpoint, gets bolstered. There's been a lot of effort over the last couple of years to boost that, and also just the raw material and manpower that Russia gains from taking Ukraine gives them better ability to just conscript more people, more manufacturing, more resources to continue to build that war machine that they've very quickly realized is not as good as they thought it was.
Okay.
And I've just monologued for probably too long. I will send you those 2 articles now. Should I just post them in Kick Chat, or should I DM you, or what?
Sure.
Easy.
All right.
Any disagreements with what I said, or?
I don't know, man. I'll read about it. Yeah.
Me?
Is that rad?
Yes.
Why do people post? I don't understand. You have a thing like this and there's not a fucking date on it. How fucking annoying. On the top or bottom. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, who's next? One of you 3.
I can go.
Go.
Yeah, so I thought Metalloy did a great job talking about oil and gas, but I took one issue, one thing he said, which is a common misconception most people get wrong about fracking and what it is. He said that fracking was mostly done to natural gas wells. That is not technically correct. Fracking is done to basically every oil well since the dawn of time has been fracked to some degree. It started in the 1860s with men just dropping down dynamite into wells, and there's this guy that invented a torpedo that was filled with explosives, and then they would put water on top and they would drop that down the wells, and he had a patent for it. And then people started dropping nitroglycerin in the wells, which was incredibly dangerous and led to the term moonlighting. So I'm sorry to give you like the history of this.
Okay,
but
gotcha.
modern
So everybody's
fracking,
cracked. Okay, gotcha. Anything else?
yeah, no, wait. I'm just let me finish real quick. Modern fracking kind of starts in the 1950s, and what is known locally today as fracking, what most people are talking about, is horizontal fracking, which is mostly done to natural gas wells, but is also done to oil and gas wells in the Permian, which is in Texas. So, sorry, I just wanted to clear that up so that most people kind of get wrong what fracking is. That's it. Yep.
One of you 2, go. Shorty, go.
Hi. So I wanted to ask you, is your position that Russia is wrecked taking this position here in the States?
That Russia is a wreck?
Yes, it is one of the points that Shapiro brought up. I didn't see much pushback. That
What do you mean by
Russia is-
wreck?
I would understand if Russia is wrecked, like their economy is bad, their like army is destroyed, their like vehicle base for that army is destroyed, and everything of their resources are like kind of like done. Like
Oh, that's.
cash reserves.
I mean, that's not my current understanding, but there's a lot of back and forth on this, so I don't know what. Yeah.
because the question is like, do you agree or do you have this notion of it, or?
My feeling is that people keep saying it's way worse than it actually is. I don't know how long they can sustain their current war effort, or if it's longer or not as long as, like, I guess Ukrainian like military personnel could hold up. But I would like deep research or reading on this. That's just my impression.
Okay. So it's a question now. It's a disagreement, but I just tell you what I think.
Yeah, go for it. Hit us up with what you think. Robert.
So, the general notion is that with February 22nd of start of the war, there was this impression that Russia is starting to get mashed up. They're getting destroyed. Their top tier units are being destroyed. VDV, special forces of Spetsnaz, and other such. And in some way, they are, for that cream of the crop, you would say, the modern Russian army. But the general idea, the general things that create, that keep pushing wars right now, so they're weapons production, their vehicle production, their missile production, that's pretty still active in large part thanks to Europe, specifically Germany and Austria. So right now what we're seeing is that Russia is rebuilding their military arsenals, starting from small weapons programs, so guns, rocket launchers, to missile systems. And this is all in parts funded by Kazakhstan in a way that right now sanctions are being evaded by pushing products from EU nations, from China, from USA through Kazakhstan, because they're favorable. They have, well, proxies in there, and they push to Russia. This includes, CNCs, which are very required to produce accurate things. Russia does not have a very super skilled labor force like in the USA or EU or Taiwan or Japan, but rather they have a very basic workforce that you can teach, like kind of in a McDonald's, but for the industrial age. And they just learn how to operate CNC machines that require basic user input. You put in the files and they just work it out. So slowly they're rebuilding their base, they're creating missiles. Newest missiles are right now seen in 2023. And they're catching up. They're creating, in some factories, they create 3 shifts for 8 hours. And so slowly they build up this war economy that the EU is not able to. And in large parts it is due to Russia being a dictatorship by fact that they can just order people around. Regarding manpower, they don't have any issues why they get people from Buryatia or Kamchatka or any other places, and they just send them into fight, or even prisoners, the Storm Z or Storm V units. They just say, hey, we'll pay you 2,000 a month. That's essentially 2 years worth of salary. If they die, don't they pay anything? Or they come in here, they get shot, they get sent home, and they get a sack of onions or potatoes. So Russia is not direct, they have lower tiers, but they have these amounts of, sorry for the microphone by the way, they have these many resources that they have naturally available, being that they are dictatorship which can just kick everything into gear if they want to.
Okay.
If I have time with other, but I just wanted to talk about Baltics and Poland and the States, if you don't mind.
If you can do it in 20 seconds, what about it?
So regarding this, there is this notion that Europe is safe, that Shapiro said, and I do not agree with this, mostly because recently Commander-in-Chief of Norway, I believe Belgium, they come out as saying that we need to arm. Germany's Defense Minister Boris Pistorius came out saying that they need to arm up. Many things we have 3 to 7 is not safe because Russia can create a bigger resource and more people. Thank you. Alright. Okay, have a good one.
Finally.
Okay.
I just wanted to present something weird. 2 cases of left-wing activists, and it's going to relate to the true threat doctrine, and it's going to tie back into the majority report and kind of Greenwald a little bit. So, a couple of days ago, do you know the case of Daniel Baker?
I feel like I've heard the name. I don't know. Fresh my memory.
He was accused of making online threats. Well, he did make online threats, and I think he got sentenced to 3 years, but he's a left-wing activist, Antifa dipshit. I don't know if you've got to pull something up. I don't have his name open, but yeah, one of his friends called into the majority report like a year or 2 ago, I don't remember, and presented it to him, and Sanford was just blazing this guy. and he's basically a complete moron. He made 2 separate fucking confessions, made multiple threats, and in the comments, like 6 days ago, a guy claiming to be Daniel Baker responded to one of my comments calling me dipshit. And
In
it
where?
kinda...
In the subreddit or?
And no, on the YouTube for that video, for the majority report responding to the caller. I can link it.
Okay.
But he, I was reading his case and reading like the true threat doctrine that he's kept talking about. Also brought to mind this other case where if you look it up, the Normandale Park shooting, where a left-wing activist stopped an active shooter who just walked up and started shooting a bunch of women. I can't believe this case didn't make national news, but it's basically the left-wing Rittenhouse, because I think a big part of it was probably the lack of video, but Antifa hates fucking releasing their own footage. But the Normandale Park shooting, where left-wing activists using an AR-15 stopped an active shooter, is kind of he's not black, but he's pretty much the left-wing Rittenhouse that Sam would always play with as well. So I wanted to like pick your brain, see, is this useful? Is this like a fucking valid argument in a free world debate about like FBI misapplying or like applying different standards to left-wing activists versus right?
I don't even know. What did this guy do?
So the Normandale Park shooting, the guy with the AR-15 who stopped the shooting, they didn't even charge him. They just like looked at all the footage, which is.
Oh wait, hold on, wait. For the first guy, you brought up this Daniel Baker. What did he do?
Daniel Baker. Daniel Baker made a bunch of online threats.
I need like I need like way more information. Like name online threats. Did he say like tomorrow I'm going to kill John Smith with my AR-15, or did he say like we're going to defend the country from what?
Yeah, that's the thing. He didn't make specific enough threats that I think would meet that true threat doctrine.
Do you have like any like a
I
story that I can click or a thing?
I have his case text. What do you want me to paste it?
Can you throw it in Kick Chat or?
Kick Chat.
Or DGG if you want. Yeah, link it.
DGG chat. Here's his case.
Okay.
I think that's.
Oh my god. Hold on. Do you have like the indictment for this, or? Or does it, or will it say like within this, like what the particular?
I think I got it here. One sec.
Okay, first, the evidence indicated the defendant's attorney did not contest that on January 12th, created an event on Facebook titled Defend Tallahassee. In the details section, the defendant originally wrote, hold on, I'm reading this. Armed racist mobs have planted the Confederate flag in the nation's capital while announcing their plans to storm every American state capital on or around Inauguration Day. We will fight back. We will circle the state capitol and let them fight the cops and take the building. Then we will encircle them and trap them inside. We will drive them out of Tallahassee with every caliber available. We must encircle them so they cannot escape down Appalachian Parkway. Militant friends will corral the Trump terrorists into the Capitol building. The enemy will have high-power rifles and explosives. And then similarly, in a comment to an article posted on the internet, specifically on the website, the defendant posted a call to arms January 20th. At the top of the posting was an image of what appears to be an AK-47. He states, Mikhail Kalishnikov designed this type of rifle for the armed forces of the Soviet Union and completed design in 1947. Thus, AK-47 stands for the denotes here the original design because a single violent opposition to the United States and its citizens. A reasonable person could conclude the defendant's decision to place an image of an AK-47 at the top of his announcement is indicative of intent to threaten violence. Armed racists have planted the Confederate flag. Okay, as they will openly declare they will continue to wage an armed coup at every American capital, including Tallahassee on Inauguration Day. We need all Florida residents to rise up. Here in Florida, we must encircle terrorists who attack the Capitol. Let them take the Capitol and fight with cops, surround them and trap them inside. Tally residents have answered the call to arms, including combat veterans. Join us, help protect your community from terrorists. We will protect Capitol residents, civilians from armed racist mobs with every caliber available. This is an armed coup and can only be stopped by an armed community. If you're afraid to die fighting the enemy, stay in bed and live. Okay, what was the actual charge?
I think that is part of this one.
What is? Did you post something or?
It's in DGG. Sorry. Wait. Yeah. I can probably just find a news article.
What's your name in chat again?
Whiffernubbin. It's Whiffernubbin everywhere.
Whoopernuffern?
Whiffernubbin.
Oh,
Same.
okay. I didn't see any link posted. Okay, hold on. USA v. Daniel Baker. So we had
That's a
a
criminal complaint.
unlawful possession of a firearm by a prohibited person. Wait, what is this? Appeal from the 9th. Oh, okay. Appeal from the U.S. District Court. Oh, I don't wanna read this. Does this just have to do?
I'm trying to find a summary of all the charges. He was convicted, so I think. Let's see. Conviction. Probably faster. I just thought the argument, the true threat argument I linked earlier, might have had it, but did not. But yeah, the fact that he fucking, let me see. Hold on, I'm gonna also link the majority report video where he contacted. Well, he responded to me. 2 years ago, I made a comment, and I was basically calling him an idiot, and then he responds and says, "Hey, my life sucks." But yeah, the way the majority report just fucking fell in love with this guy was insane. But here's the thing: if he can be convicted for this, and it's way, I don't know, way less specific.
Then what?
Then I don't know if Trump meets these standards. I don't know.
I don't even think they're looking at remotely the same criminal charges, though. Well,
But-
you still haven't
but
given me what
the-
this guy
wouldn't
was.
this-
Wait, you don't even know what this
this is
guy
why
was
I would
charged
need-
with first, right? We need to get that first. What is this guy even charged
Well,
with?
it's been like 2 years since I read this.
Well, yeah, but
case.
but if you feel
Yeah.
like, yeah, because Trump isn't charged with inciting a riot or anything. That's not even part of his any of his indictments. I'm just curious. Yeah, well, I'll just keep reading, I guess. I think I can understand the plaintiff argument here, or the state's case. Statements like, "We will encircle them and trap them inside. We will drive them out of Tallahassee with every caliber available. Only an armed community can stop them. We must encircle them so they cannot escape down Appalachie Parkway. Militants' friends will corral the Trump terrorists. If you're afraid to die fighting, ... This seems like pretty extreme. Like,
Right, but does it meet? I think it's Brandenburg. Does it meet Brandenburg?
I don't know if Brandenburg is mentioned here.
Like direct.
I don't think Brandenburg is mentioned here, but I don't. This has to do with true threat. I don't know if this was an incitement, because isn't Brandenburg? Let me check. Brandenburg v. Ohio. Doesn't this mainly deal with like incitement, or no? It might not be. The court held the government cannot punish inflammatory speech unless the speech is directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action and is likely to incite or produce such action. I don't know if this is the same as this like true. true threat thing that's being mentioned here.
Because one is incitement and one is direct threat to a specific individual. But if it's a non-specific threat, what's the other non-specific threats? I'm still trying to find just a single fucking article about his fucking charges. There's Brandenburg, and then I wish Pisco was here. There's another one that's about non-specific threats. That's not about incitement.
Well, it's probably going to be one of the cases that are referenced here in this.
Right.
So Reagan v. Time or Texas v. Johnson. I guess U.S. v. Alvarez is probably one of these, right?
Shit. I'm still just trying to find fucking charging document.
What did he plead guilty to?
Well, that's the thing. I don't have a free article left for The Intercept, so I can't fucking read that one.
I had The Intercept open, but I wanted... Since I don't trust The Intercept, I don't think they'd make anything up, but it didn't look like they had a particular... Oh. Like Baker is charged with interstate communication of threats. Oh.
And threat of kidnapping, I believe.
And they compared it to... let's see. A man who drove to Washington, D.C. on January 6th with guns and ammunition to threaten to shoot House Speaker Nancy Pelosi in the head on live television, pled guilty Friday. He pled guilty to one count of interstate communication of threats. Wait, so it sounds like he pled guilty. So why is The Intercept comparing him to this guy? Unlike Baker, he had a history of hideous racist online speech threats. Hideous racist online speech? What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Unlike Baker, he could leave prison soon. He will be sentenced in December and face between 6 months to 2 years in prison. It's 8 months, taking into account time served. Meanwhile, Baker will spend another 34 months, almost 3 years in prison. Dan's case speaks volumes about how the state represses the left much differently than it treats the right. Are these even the same? Are we even in the same jurisdiction here? Drove to D.C. Like, what did he get charged in? Was this like a federal court case in D.C.?
The Intercept one? I can't see it.
Hold on.
Maybe I should just watch the majority report. They can tell me.
Charges. They're not going to give you any factual information on this. It's going to be all partisan hackery. Charges.
I know.
Cases. Okay. Location of arrest. Is that going to determine? Okay, so I'm looking at justice.gov. I'm assuming this means it's a federal case. Does anybody know if it's charges? Interstate communication of threats. Well, actually, interstate. This charge is probably always going to be a federal case, huh?
Yeah.
Because I don't think a state can't charge this, could they? Let's see. 20 months in prison. Plea agreement entered 9/10. Pleaded guilty to count 1. Okay, and he pled guilty. Did Daniel Baker plead, or did he go to trial?
Fuck, dude. He made 2 confessions, 5 days apart. This is all from memory. Just skimming this doesn't fucking tell me the shit he did, but he complained about fucking Miranda. But he fucking, yeah, he pled. He had to. He didn't take it to trial.
What do you mean he had to?
Because he's an idiot. He didn't.
What do you, well, I mean, even if you confess in an interrogation, you could still theoretically go to court, right? You can go to trial. I mean,
I think, yeah, but I think they addressed that. I mean, pleading guilty. Did he plead? Yeah, he pled on both. Conditional guilty plea, unlawful possession of firearm, yada yada yada. That's the first one. Did not validly waive his rights, yada yada.
Okay, so what is the broad argument we're making? I don't know. Nothing seems too out of place here. I don't see anything that's this is so fucked or wrong. What is the...
Is this
an example of bias towards lefties? Would it be? How?
Left-wing bias, because this is what lefties fucking like to trot out. I don't consider it biased necessarily because of the pleading, but he got a longer sentence, I believe, than the similar case that the Intercept mentioned.
Yeah, but when it comes to legal stuff, all of this is like pretty important. So, for instance, if this guy fought this, or if this guy, you know, went to court and lost in front of a jury, he's probably going to get a worse threat than the guy that like took a plea deal, obviously. Also, depending on like the strength of the case against Daniel Baker, if all of this stuff is listed publicly or whatever versus the one of the other dude, the Georgia guy or the guy from Georgia, if it's a harder case, then they're probably gonna plea with him easier as well, right? Like these are all important factors when determining if something was like fair or unfair. No.
I mean, yeah, they're all gonna matter. But yeah, I don't know if that should apply. Like
What should apply?
Like his previous statements, I think character was brought into the case. Let me see. I wish I had jotted that part down. Because they tried using his involvement with the Syrian rebels. I think the YRP, whatever they're called. Because he's like mentally ill. He like
the YRG.
He
It's
like
the
joins the
PPK
Syrian
in
rebels
Turkey, the
working on-
KRG, and then in what are they called in Syria? Is it the
But
YPG?
they tried using that as evidence of I don't know,
as
like
character evidence. Yeah, is that
like
not?
character evidence for like.
Is that should that
establishing
character
that-
evidence have not been admitted or?
Should it? Would you admit evidence of like someone participating in a militia if they like were gonna shoot out in like a convenience store robbery or something? I don't know.
Probably
Because,
not,
like-
but if they were involved in a militia and then they're talking about militia-like behavior, yeah, isn't that character evidence admissible? We can go look at the
But
rules of
isn't-
admissibility, but I thought it would be.
I don't know if like fighting in a foreign legion would be the same as like making terroristic threats or kidnapping threats. I don't know.
Or not.
Really.
Does it?
But
Okay.
but yeah, I'd say pleading guilty is a I don't know, probably his main problem. Yeah. Maybe watch that Majority Report clip. It's pretty fucking infuriating, but like I sent you the Cleopatra one, and
What is Cleopatra?
well, I'm the guy that sent you the Cleopatra one back in the day.
Oh, I don't have any idea what that sentence just meant. I'm the guy that sang Cleopatra back in the
No,
day.
I sent to you the Cleopatra clip.
Sent me where?
You don't remember this? The
I-
Emma clip?
Maybe. I don't remember anything. Hold on.
Oh my god. Okay.
What, like in DMs or?
No. The one you banned me for like 30
Cleopatra.
seconds.
I remember. Okay, Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah. Sorry, you just stuck to a whole other
Okay.
topic. Okay.
Sorry, no.
No, you're okay. Okay, link the okay, link
I'll
the
link it and then I'll
yeah,
drop
link the
that.
Majority Report in chat, and we'll watch this one. Okay, go for it.
It's weird. All right,
Okay.
see you.
Bye. Okay, listen. All right, I don't know if I need like a good cop, bad cop. I need a guy to come in and do this. Okay. From now on, I think if we do this disagreement stuff, the very first sentence you say has to be like, "What is your disagreement?" Because I think that people are just using the disagreement channel to come in and like chat about whatever they want to chat about, and that's it. And there's like no, it's like, okay. There's considerable circumstantial evidence indicating the defendant intended his communication as threats and that he knew his communication should be viewed as threats. Okay, in 2017, defendant traveled to Iraq and Syria to join the People's Protection Units, also known as the YPG, and fighting forces called Islamic State, which is a Marxist terrorist organization. The defendant remained in the Middle East from approximately 2017 to 2019. He was filmed fighting, admitted to training others in military attacks, told people that he was trained as a sniper. Reasonable person conclude from this the defendant had the training and inclination to carry out his threats and that he would be willing to kill people if they espouse political views or ideologies that the defendant opposes. Sources informed the government the defendant stated that he would kill Turkish military aviators who were training in the United States as a means of helping the YPG. This too indicates the defendant expressed intent to kill people in advance to advance political causes that he supports. The defendant owned 2 firearms which he kept loaded with ammunition. The same defendant had a means to carry out his threats. Also more likely, I don't know, in 2020, the defendant traveled various locations in the United States where violent protests and riots erupted. There's evidence the defendant supported these efforts. There's evidence the mindset of him to involve himself in violent or potential acts of violence. Wow, Vinny NC, thanks for your 5 subber, buddy.
Precious stones to catch the light. Come and see.
June 2020, the defendant posted the following on his Facebook page. I don't give a shit. I'm an anarchist and I want to watch capitalist society burn. Damn.
Come back
Arms of this yet. Buy guns and journalists in November. No. Okay.
What will it be? Unexpected.
All right. We'll listen to the majority report on this, but I feel like they're not gonna. It's just gonna be, here was his sentence, and then here's the other guy's sentence, and they're biased, and they're not actually gonna engage with any of like the legal process whatsoever. But maybe they will. We'll see. We'll listen, I guess. But first.
Rusus, da. Yes, I still love you.
Well, have you guys?
Destiny never reads YouTube chat, does he? I wanted to know what he thought about my recent purchase of a 9K graphics and computer-controlled sniper rifle. Continue that business. Good luck.
Have you guys heard of Daniel Baker? Well, have you guys heard of Daniel Baker? Are you familiar with this? Okay, so he's kind of a relative.
Wait, this isn't the guy I was just talking to, was it?
mine. So he was a military guy, and he was actually fighting with the YPG in Syria for a while.
This is. Okay.
And if you remember the January 6th revolt, and they were saying that people were going to do
Wait, so Sam doesn't even know the facts of the case, or what?
Storm all the state capitals.
Just so we can catch people up, you're saying that he was supportive of the Kurds in Syria, right?
Yeah, he was literally fighting there. In fact, he was in there was a Vice documentary. I don't know if you may have come across it, but yeah, he was actually in that, and he did fight with them.
Okay.
So my point is that he was a guy on the left, right? And when everybody was talking, when the right was talking about how they were going to storm all the state capitals, he was saying like we should go out there in force and stop them, right? So basically, the point of the story is when he did that, the Fed.
Do you see why it's so important to read the facts of the case? Do you see what that guy just said? Like, oh, we should stop people from taking over the Capitol. Do you see how his summary of what the guy actually said is quite a bit different than what he actually said? This is why we always read the actual facts that are being talked about, rather than relying on other people's summaries of them.
Right? So, basically, the point of the story is when he did that, the Fed arrested him.
Holy shit, I'm looking at the Intercept article now. Will you put this up? Natasha Leonard wrote a piece about him in October.
This is also why I didn't just rely on that Intercept article, because I don't think they considered anything in particular in there as well. By the way, I don't trust the Intercept news source ever. I would consider it worse than Fox News. I think typically you want to, whatever they're referencing in here, like the Intercept can be an okay starting point, but you're going to want to, read whatever they're originally sourcing. It's just better to read the original shit. But.
Was sentenced to 44 months in federal prison for his social media post that called for armed defense against possible far-right attacks on the state's capital.
Yeah. So now compare this to like somebody like Kyle Rittenhouse, who like basically actually did basically the same thing, but went out and actually killed 2 people. Now Daniel was arrested. The day never even came. All he did was say that we should do this. And they put him in prison for 44 months. And I wanted to like quickly. This is from the Justice Department website. This is a quote from the acting U.S. Attorney General. Acting U.S. Attorney on the case.
Wait, it's the same guy? This isn't the guy that we just talked to, is it? There's no way this is the guy we just talked to. Whiffle, are you in here? The same guy? Is this?
He's involved in it with the Syrian rebels. I think
it's not the same guy.
He's like mentally ill. He's like.
No, LOL, obviously.
They said that the free exercise of speech is central to our democracy. However, the defendant's threats of armed violence to inhibit expression of political views different than his own are both unlawful and dangerous. And today's sentence acknowledges the defendant's threats to incite violence and should serve as a significant deterrent to those who would solicit others to join them in conducting criminal acts, rather than engage in lawful debate. And I just find that so cynical in comparison to the way that they treated somebody like Kyle Rittenhouse, or just in general, like the way that the state or like power structures will enforce, you know.
How do you even compare Rittenhouse to, what is the comparison? Rittenhouse is a self-defense case where 2 people were killed, another was shot. This guy was charged with like making threats online. We're not even dealing with remotely similar charges here.
Sort of norms on the left versus how they treat them on the right. And I just like, we've been trying to get through for so long because we wanted to just like bring this up and make sure that people knew about it, because I just think it's really I don't know, it's personal to me, and it's also just like kind of it's sick. I don't know. It's like a sick joke.
It's sick. And apparently, at his sentence hearing, because I'm reading from the article now, U.S. District Judge Alan Windsor, a Trump nominee, whose appointment was vehemently opposed by a coalition of over 200 civil and human rights groups, said that Baker had intended to commit acts of violence like he went to Rojava to do.
Right. Right. But he didn't even, like, nothing even...
He didn't leave his apartment.
Yeah, he didn't do anything. Like, the day never even happened, you know? It was just sort of like, almost like, I guess they were saying that it was like a transmission of a threat or something. So, like, if that's the threshold, like, how often do people like Proud Boys or whatever, you know, go out and say that they're going to beat people up on the street or whatever, you know?
It's nuts.
What's the difference here? Like, what is the principle that we're applying? And he's in jail, you know? He's in jail for real right now, and he's not going to get anything for it. And by contrast, like, Kyle Rittenhouse gets, like, the full media tour, and he's going to be, like, a celebrity and, you know, probably end up, you know, getting some high-paying job someplace. What is there's no comparison in like how these things, and even with Hassan and getting like, you know, banned, it's like, I think Emma posted about this earlier. It's too bad that she's not here today, but something about like how the, you know, they're like trying to manufacture this center between like what is.
Was this when Hassan got banned for cracker? Is that what this guy is referencing? I'm trying to think. December, I think this was around then, wasn't it? December 20th, 2021, because I just moved to Florida, right? And I couldn't do the stream on it.
you know, the left does something like call somebody cracker, we're going to crack down on that because that's somehow equivalent to, you know, the right, you know, doing like white nationalist propaganda or whatever. And that somehow these things are equivalent and have to be enforced equally.
Why would anything be equivalent or enforced equally when Hassan got banned for 1 day for it? How is it even remote? And the other thing is already banned. Like,
I mean, this, yeah, in and of itself, this is a really stunning story. But it also puts, you know, it shows the fallacy of like, look, if you do this, it's going to come around and come to the left. It's already been here. This is already the dynamic.
That's just trying to set the table so you can blame the left when they continue.
Exactly. Exactly. This is already the pre-existing dynamic. We had, you know, the Bush administration was sending the FBI out to surveil vegan protesters in front of a ham place in Georgia, I think, you know, 15 years ago. I mean, this has been ongoing, and the idea that there is any calls for some form of parity or any calls for, you know, will bring about, you know, are obscure, you know, the blowback obscures this stuff. I mean, I don't, without having a sense of what your cousin was posting online, I mean, this just seems unbelievable.
At least he hedges it a little bit without knowing what was being posted online.
His sentence was for 4.5 years?
44 months, yeah.
3.5
maybe
years.
3.5, something like that.
And
yeah,
he had been held for 8 months, it says.
Right, and I would encourage you to just like kind of like New York Times did a story about it. Yeah, like you said, The Intercept. Like, I mean, I guess the difference is that because he actually had fought in Syria, like they considered him like a little bit more serious in his threat or whatever. But like,
how does that come into the? I mean,
gotta be vets making threats.
I was gonna say a lot of these.
It's so crazy now that we're like actually reading stuff. It's so crazy. I guess I probably used to do this, or maybe I even still do a little bit. When people like, how could this possibly be? It's like, well, if you just read it, they explain it, and then you can actually argue with them on it. How is that relevant? Well, just read the case. They literally say why they feel it's relevant, right? We feel like this evidence is relevant because it shows intent to organize, it shows understanding of military, you know, doctrine, it shows prior training. Like, yeah, you can disagree with that. You can say like, oh, well, I don't think this should be admissible. I don't think it's relevant to the case. But I understand he's just seen it. But then like, can you really have a strong opinion on that? I don't know.
These people who've been talking about this stuff are I mean, it's just, I don't know how you can justify what Rittenhouse did, who ended up killing 2 people.
How can you even be silent about the Baker thing if you have been all over the Rittenhouse thing as a triumph of justice or whatever?
Yeah.
I think it says a lot about any kind of civil libertarian that would be so keen to be seen on the Rittenhouse beat and have nothing to say about this.
Yeah, and this was all wrapped up in like, you know, after the January 6th thing, I think that they were just like desperate to like find somebody and say that they were like not going to let this happen again.
Right.
And he was sort of like just the closest thing that they could come up with, you know, just having any sort of legitimate threat. And I just like
they used him as a way of. I mean, I think that's frankly what happened to Hassan. And
yeah,
I mean, I think, you know, the law enforcement does this all the time.
It's so easy to just say like, probably shouldn't use racial slurs. How is that such a difficult thing for people on the left to understand? My God.
Convinced like Comey came out with that letter about Clinton because he thought that he was going to arrest Trump. I mean, there's this sort of notion of we need to maintain some, there's this desire for like, you know, just sort of balance for the sake of balance. Even if it means that we're not actually, we've got to put our thumb on the scale a little bit on one side or the other. Just to make it look like we're fair arbiters.
Yeah, totally. And the attorney went on to say that, quote, this case proves that the FBI will not tolerate those who seek to wreak havoc in our communities. And violence designed to intimidate citizens and influence government is what the FBI's counterterrorism team was designed to combat. It's just, yeah, I don't know, just so cynical and so like, it's almost like it's obviously misapplied in different cases. Yeah, and like I said, he's gonna have nothing for it. You know, he was already like he was homeless for a little while. Like he's not, you know.
He's not gonna cash in on this. Like, right.
No, he's definitely not gonna cash in on. Yeah, there's no left. Yeah, no power structure that can just like.
What kind of women he's into?
Yeah, right. Oh my God, pathetic. Yeah, but
well, keep us updated and email us. You know, if there's any developments. But you know, I mean, we'll try and talk more about this story. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks so much for taking my call. Sorry, I kind of spaced a little bit. You caught me totally off guard. I've been on hold, like, just mindlessly for so long, and I almost forgot I was even on the phone. So
well,
like,
appreciate your call.
On the show.
And if you or other people have stories like this, try and email us too. And you know, we don't respond to many emails, but we read. You know, we try and read all of them. And so, you know, I appreciate your patience and getting in touch with us about it. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it so much. Okay.
Good pardon.
Yeah, no kidding. I don't think Ron DeSantis is going to be there. I don't know that you can. But I guess this is a federal. It must be a federal case, right? Of course, it's a Trump. That's unbelievable. I wonder if this was a U.S. attorney too, who was a Trump appointee. Gotta look into that more. I mean, that's the thing, is that there's this assumption that, like, the day that Joe Biden is inaugurated, that the apparatus of a government that has been built up over 4 years just goes away, and it doesn't. I mean, I want to be clear that I am not, defending the Biden administration when it comes to things like these leases, or defending the Biden administration when it comes to these things like those negotiations for the remain in Mexico. And I certainly have no information to this effect. But I've talked to people, both on and off the show, who work in these agencies. And these agencies are decimated under...
Alright, I think we're gonna read this and then go to more Yemen stuff. Okay, we'll do these final 3 people. Can you state your disagreement first before saying anything else?
Yes, I disagree with your information gathering so far in regards to the Arab-Israel conflict.
Okay, what do you disagree about?
I feel like you're too focused on the facts and not enough on the cultural aspect, the emotional aspect.
Okay.
I have a really good article from the Boston University dude, and I'll link it in chat. It's about...
Oh god.
Well, what?
I said, oh god. I've read articles on this site before. Isn't this site like... This site is like super, not
yeah,
to be mean, but like very Zionist, right?
Yes, it absolutely is. It absolutely is, and you should keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like you're kind of missing the forest for the trees if you just look at the facts. That's all my disagreement.
What am I like missing?
Basically,
like
from
what do you think is
I
something
know,
I don't understand because I'm missing the cultural aspect? Or what do you think I like? It's hard for me to explain without like this particular aspect.
Maybe that changed in the last few days, but from what I remember, you stated that you can't really make a good argument for why Arafat said no, or why the various Arab leaders continued their aggression for so many decades.
Well, hold on, wait, those things are two vast. Would you be more precise with either one? Well, like, which one do you want to deal with?
Well, I feel like both are kinda covered under this article.
Well, well, so the first one about the Arab countries, what particularly, what do I have trouble, or what do you think I would have trouble explaining without the religious aspect?
The need or the drive to continue the conflict for so many decades.
Well, I feel like they probably, continued the conflict because they probably wanted the land and because they thought they could win. But then, once that changed, it seems like their desire for conflict completely fell off a cliff. But I don't think they all became atheists. How do you explain that, I guess?
No. My argument is mainly about the people of the countries.
Okay, what changed with the people? Or do you think this is, you're not saying necessarily religious people? What about the people?
Yeah. Well, because the... I'm just gonna quote the article. Basically, because the way the culture is structured, similar-ish to the warrior culture in Japan, the honor system is very highly praised, highly relevant to the culture.
Okay.
And because that culture was besmirched by losing to a lesser culture, they have to rectify that before ever actually being able to recover from that defeat.
Yeah, I think this was part of what was said about where are you from? Do you mind saying, or?
Yeah, sure.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yep.
So I think part of what was said about the Yom Kippur War was people were confused why they would start that war because it seemed like they probably weren't going to win, and then they quote unquote didn't. But I think part of, I don't remember if it was the U.S. Secretary of State or if it was an Israeli author that I read a passage from. He was saying that one of the reasons why people had a hard time imagining Yom Kippur was because people would never imagine that Arabs would start a war, or that countries would start wars that they knowingly would lose. But that it might have been the fact that Yom Kippur happened, and at least for 3 days, the Arab states were strong, and they saw that they maybe could defeat Israel, that it was through that victory, the small victories they had in the early days of that conflict, that allowed them to come to the table later on and negotiate peace finally, first with Egypt and then eventually with Jordan, because they had that slight victory they could approach it with like their defense empire. So I think it's hard to
Yeah, somewhat, but okay, so I didn't hear that. So
Okay,
yeah, that is partially true, yeah. But I think there's still some minute details and some, especially in terms of phrase or phrases you use, especially in the Ben Shapiro debate, which I don't think you would use if you
Like
read
what turns of
some of
phrase?
that article. Especially like the. I don't remember the exact quote, but it was basically that Arab countries continually fired up Palestinians that kind of pushed them to continue their war without actually like being invested themselves, something along those lines.
I do feel like that's true.
Okay, in that case,
can
why?
I give, okay, let me give like my like I guess like 40 or 50 year or 60 year take, and then you can tell me where I'm wrong on that. So what I'm missing, you can go to critical analysis without flesh out a little bit more. So I feel like Israel came into existence. I feel like Arabs in the region, I guess in the Near East, I guess is what they would call it, or that peninsula, if that extends all the way up to the Mediterranean, I don't know, whatever you'd call that region, Palestine, I guess. That Arabs didn't like the idea that a whole bunch of Europeans were essentially coming in and like setting up their own little country here because they wanted their big old giant Arabic nation. And that when the Jewish people came in, not Jewish people, I'm sorry, I believe it was when the European people came in, they were Jewish, but it was because they were Europeans and they came in, everybody around there got a little bit ass mad, and they kind of jumped on to this bandwagon of like, okay, well, fuck you guys, let's go to war. But I don't think that I don't actually know if they were super invested in driving all the European Jews out of that area at the time. Because it seemed like Jordan basically captured the West Bank and then just stopped. I think Egypt captured up through like the Gaza Strip and they kind of just stopped. And then eventually they all kind of like drew their armistice lines and then things basically chilled there for a while. The 6 Day War happened, but it wasn't because of, you know, this like, it didn't seem like it was this strong Arab or Muslim desire to kick the Jews out, but more so it was like Nasser wanted to build this like pan-Arab nation, and part of that was like kicking, you know, the Europeans that had come to Israel out. And then I guess like Yom Kippur happens, they kind of lose there, and then at this point they're like, okay, well, fuck it, these people are probably here to stay. And then they start signing peace deals. They still find ways to like stick it to the Jew, like, okay, well, fine, now that you guys have the Gaza Strip, now that you got the West Bank, well, you should set the Palestinians free, even though they never did, and they never would have. And it just seems like the Palestinians were basically kind of like a wedge or a tool to kind of like fight through to Israel. But then once they kind of got bored of the conflict, they're like, okay, well, fuck it, like, obviously we can't kick Israel out, like, they've got this shit. Fuck it. They all basically lost interest in fighting. And now the Palestinian people are there and they're like, okay, well, you guys were all supporting our war efforts before, kind of, and now you're not at all because you guys got bored of the conflict and you don't really care. That's like my overall, that's like my feeling for it. Do you think, what's like a cultural part, I guess, that I'm missing here that you think would flesh this out more or explain something that I can't explain? Or that I'm inadequately explaining? Go ahead.
There were like 2 or 3 things that I think that probably you would at least phrase differently if you had a little bit more context. So especially they kind of lost interest. I strongly disagree with that. I feel like their cultural standing just changed from Demi to like an actual respected opponent. And through that position of strength, then yeah, those negotiations could happen. But
I do agree with you there. Maybe I could phrase that a little bit differently or better, but I mean, Avi Schleim references that Jabotinsky, whatever the fuck that guy's name is. But the, what do they call it? The Iron Wall, basically, that Israel through strength asserted its right to exist in the east, and eventually the other powers in the surrounding areas were forced to recognize that as such, that when you project strength, especially in this region of the world, people will respect you and then lose interest in fighting you because they see that you can hold your own, basically. Yeah, I agree with that, I think, yeah.
Okay, kind of. But that in turn then also explains why Palestinians have a very, very, very hard time ever making peace, right?
Yes, I agree also, because especially when they see weakness in Lebanon, I think that that's like a big driver sometimes for them to continue fighting, or maybe what might have been part of the encouragement for Arafat to turn down any potential peace deal, looking at like the Lebanese civil war and Israel's failures over there, that maybe they thought they could continue to fight. Yeah, I mean, I think I kind of agree, but I still feel like if I might not have the depth to say this or support this, but I feel like there was probably, I think there were probably ways to bring the Palestinian people into some of these peace treaties if these other countries cared. Like, I feel like there were ways for Egypt or Jordan to bring, especially Jordan, to bring Palestinians into these bilateral peace agreements if they really cared and wanted to.
I don't think so. I'm also not super in depth in that topic, so people like the guy that proposed us probably would have an easier time actually like setting more details of what they are. If you are at such a low position that you even lose to the Jews, and that Jews are seen as very low, then you don't need to have. Why would you ever? Why would people ever?
Yeah, but
care?
if that was true, why? Because like, there is a difference in support for Palestinians between citizens and leadership, where the citizens of the countries seem to be more sympathetic to the Palestinian cause, even if the leadership is but there's definitely like less support for the citizenry than they were in the past. Are you saying that they just don't support the Palestinians because they lose so much, or?
Because they lose their cultural standing by being losers, yes.
Then why wouldn't they have all just stopped supporting them after 48 or 67? Or would they just be like, fuck it, like you guys lose?
Well, what do you mean by supporting them? Because you yourself said they have like a unique status. They keep being refugees after decades and decades and decades.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's like a behest of the Arabs, or if that's just like the retardation of like white Western people coming in and trying to be nice and then getting like taken for a ride by Arab states. I'm not actually sure. I don't know how the UNHRC or whatever like initially was spun into existence. I would have to read that in particular, but
I mean, in the end, it doesn't really matter because the countries themselves could just not recognize them as refugees and give them like citizenship, right?
Sure.
So that is a deliberate choice by these countries. Not
well, but it's not just a deliberate choice by them, right? Like there is literally, what was it? Arab League Resolution 1547, which the Arab League all came together and they literally explicitly in 59 said that Arab states were never allowed to give. So if you're part of the Arab League, you literally can't do this. I don't think that's been changed. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean that they even made that ratification, that they even had that process. I feel like just underlines that.
Well, in 59, it would have been in 59. I think it was just because they wanted to continue the fight against Israel, like from 59 through 67. But I don't even think. From 59 to 67, I don't think that I don't believe there were Palestinian people like until like the 60s or 70s. So I don't know if like in the 50s, I don't know if the other Arab states would have been like, we have to help our Palestinian brothers. I feel like it was more just like we have to kick like the white European Jews like off of this continent essentially. I think that was more rather than
hold on, but that's exactly my argument, right? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying they didn't really consider the Palestinians because they're not worth being considered about.
Or even that, well, but just more so that they just like, they were just like a ton of Arab people, and there were some people that happened to live in this area where Israel was. Not that they didn't consider them because they weren't strong or they weren't warriors, but just because there wasn't really like a cohesive group of people that would have ever even been thought of as Palestinians. That's why I think when Jordan annexed the West Bank, they made like every single person there just like a Jordanian citizen. They were like, oh fuck it, you guys are all Jordanian now. Or in Egypt, why they didn't like do much for the Gaza Strip in terms of like giving them an independent government or anything. So they were like, oh, there's other Arabs that are part of our country now. They were just like fellow Arabs basically, and they wanted to kick out they wanted to kick out all the European settlers in Israel because they wanted to send the Arabs that got kicked out of their back basically. But
how
go ahead.
how can you say that they don't have an identity for but they didn't have an identity, but then they suddenly they do when the had their ratification of not recognizing refugees. That was like pretty shortly after, right?
Good question. Hold on, let's check because this was in 59, which would have been before the 6-Day War. How did, let's see, when did Jordan make every Palestinian West Bank person a citizen? It must have been a 48. It would have been a 48. So 13 years later, they said don't do it. I wonder why. And I didn't. I'm familiar with the resolution. I don't know what was going on exactly here that would have said don't grant them citizenship. I wonder why. I don't know. I would need to read like very specifically about that.
Well, my guess would just be that they did recognize them as a subgroup of themselves.
I feel like it's not so much like a subgroup of themselves. My guess would have been that it's just like if they got driven off the land of that Israelis inhabit now, their strongest claim to that land is like basically returning refugees. But if they allowed Israel to basically perform the Nakba and to kick all those Arabs off the land, and then they give all those Arabs that got kicked off their citizenship, now they have like basically no right by which to fight against Israel. I don't know if that requires them to acknowledge like a separate Palestinian identity more so than it just requires them to say like, well, hey, you got kicked out by Israel here. Even if that War of Independence would have like extended up into Syrian territory, rather than Egyptian territory over Jordanian, it would have been the same thing. They would have like, listen, whoever got kicked out, we can't give them citizenship because we want them to be able to go back, and that's like the main tool that we have to fight against Israel. That'd be my feeling on it. But go ahead.
Maybe that all of that is true. I can't say for sure. But even if that is the case, I would feel like the main motivation to actually have that claim to the land would be to rectify their cultural humiliation of losing to the Jew. Because there's a shit ton of investment that actually comes with like not integrating people into your country for decades and decades, right?
Maybe, yeah.
So,
no, you're right. I do think that part of this is important, right? Because arguably in it was in 67 after the Suez Crisis, I think in 56 or 58. After that Suez Canal crisis, part of the resolution was the United Nations put peacekeeping forces in the Sinai to make sure that, like, on the West Bank of, I think, like, the Suez Canal, to make sure that there was, like, no more conflict. And I think it was the king of Jordan, I don't remember if it was Abdullah or Hussein at the time, was, like, goading on Nasser, saying, like, oh, look at you, you fucking UN dog. Like, look at how gross you are. You aren't doing shit. Because I think Israel was still doing excursions into Jordan to counter Fedayeen terrorist attacks, or what they consider terrorist attacks. And there was a big one. It was that, I think it was that mine that blew up like 3 soldiers, and then Israel came over and they like fucked the shit up of a ton of like Jordanian shit afterwards. I think there was like another massacre or something. I should know this before. It might have been during 67 or the year before 67, 66. But then afterwards, they literally goaded Egypt into kicking out the UNEF troops by calling them like, oh, look, like you're UN dog. So I think like the honor part is definitely a big part of it, and people made decisions probably as a part of it, sure. I don't think that's necessarily true. I don't think I've like completely ignored that or neglected it, but maybe you think that I don't take it into account enough, or how does that change much of the, I guess like the Palestinian stuff?
It doesn't change it fundamentally. It just would change the rhetoric around it, basically. Like I said, the Ben Shapiro debate had like a couple of instances where I thought, okay, if he considered a little bit more the cultural implications, he would probably word it differently, and that would change the messaging as well a little bit. In the sense that you just made the Palestinians look like poor losers that are used by countries around them, but I don't think that would be.
I guess like it's a little circular. Like I do think that they're kind of poor losers used by countries around them, but I think that's driven largely by their shared honor culture, right? Like imagine if I was like some poor loser and I had friends that were poor losers, and some guy bumped into me on the street and all my friends are like, bro, you gotta go get that dude, like, go fuck him up or whatever. Like, if somebody said that to me, I'd say, like, why? I'm not wasting my time with this. I've got way too much to lose. What a retarded thing. But if I was, like, you know, a poor person with nothing but my honor and dignity, then I might say, fuck it, yeah, let's go fucking fight. And I feel like in that case, I could say, yeah, it was honor culture, but it was also his friends, but also his friends drove him to it because they all share in kind of, like, the same shitty culture. Like, I do agree with all of that. You're just saying with the way that my messaging on the Palestinians when I'm talking to Ben Shapiro was way too sympathetic and maybe infantilizing towards the Palestinians. That might be true, but I am in a debate with Ben Shapiro, who is like very, very, very Zionist compared to even my position. So it might be that if I was arguing with a further left-leaning person, I might lean in more to kind of like toxic attitudes that Palestinians or Arab Muslims, or I mean like Turkish or Persians, technically even have in that region. So I might phrase it a little bit differently, but yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I don't think it's a huge difference, and I think I probably fully agree with you. They just kind of like feed into each other. But I understand what you're saying, yeah. Because my phrasing basically makes it sound like Palestinian people would otherwise be like pacifists that would be like chilling if it wasn't just for these like evil Arabs around them basically manipulating them. But they're not really being manipulated, like they want to fight. And sometimes even to the detriment, right? Obviously, right, Black September 1970, Arafat and Jordan and everything. So like even to the detriment of countries around them, they'll continue to fight. So I mean, yeah, like I think I largely agree with you. I understand. Yeah, sometimes my rhetoric changes based on who I'm arguing with. Like if you see me arguing with Ben Shapiro, I might come off as more sympathetic to the Palestinians. But if I'm arguing with somebody like Cenk, I might come off as being like very harshly condemning Palestinians. I guess it just depends on who I'm fighting with, which direction my rhetoric is kind of like aimed at. But I understand what you're saying. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that was pretty much everything. I appreciate that you listened, and I would recommend just skimming through that article. It's like 5 minutes or whatever. I feel like there are some good nuggets of information that could maybe be useful, especially in a Cenk debate as well.
Condemnatory. Okay, sure. Yeah, gotcha.
Yep. All right. Have a good one.
All right. Give me like 4 minutes. Just chill, okay? Oh, that is true, actually. This is something that I never would have thought about before. Hey, Edmund, thanks for the $50. Losing to... I feel like, especially with the Ottoman Empire, Arabs, Turks, Muslims probably had a pretty strong sense of, like, military identity prior to World War I would imagine, in terms of, like, caliphites and Muslim conquest and Islamic contribution to arts, cultures, like, worldwide, all of that. I feel like probably would have felt pretty militarily powerful. And Jews are probably pretty dog shit. Like, they're long-nosed banking femboy losers, which would probably play a lot into Arabs seeing a country spring up of fucking white Jews in the Middle East, and then the humiliation that would entail of losing wars to people that traditionally, it's hard, I guess, because in the modern era, we would think of like, oh, Jews and fighting in wars in Israel, obviously. But prior to Israel, they have literally 0 countries. You probably wouldn't think the stereotype of like a Jew would be like a fighter or a warrior. That probably wouldn't exist at all in your mind. The idea of losing 6 nations to 1 of like people that were formerly of the Caliphate of the Ottoman Empire probably is a super ass-pained position to have, I guess. Remember this quote from Rahman Azam Pasha, the head of the newly formed Arab League. spoke for his honor group when he threatened that if Zionists dare establish a state, the massacres we would unleash would dwarf anything which Genghis Khan and Hitler perpetrated. The loss in 1948 therefore constituted the most catastrophic possible outcome for this honor group. 7 Arab armies representing the honor of hundreds of thousands of Arabs and Muslims were defeated by less than 1 million Jews, the surviving remnants of the most devastating and efficient genocide in history. To fall to people so low on the scale that it is even dishonorable to fight them, nothing could be more devastating. It's probably true to some extent. Are you going to talk about Greg Abbott blatantly defying the Supreme Court? And maybe, I don't know. Now I feel unhinged because now I got fully persuaded on this like Trump amendment insurrection thing, and now if I call Greg Abbott an insurrectionist, I'm going to look like a partisan. But like, yeah, I mean, it kind of looks like it. It's pretty fucking unhinged. Abbott seems very fucking unhinged. But yeah, Jesus. Not defying it yet, though, because the court order just says the feds can't cut the wire, not the Texas can't cut it anymore. I think it might be going, or maybe it's going through the courts right now, I'm not sure. Did you actually change your mind on the 14th Amendment shit? Yeah, I stayed up all night, like 2 or 3 days ago, and I read through that entire paper. I feel very convinced of the arguments. I think it's a pretty well done paper for what the fuck do I know. I might read a response to it. I'm not reading that one. I was like 126 pages. I think I summarized it. But also, I'm never going to have a debate on that paper because nobody that criticizes it is not reading any of it. It's fine and all to understand the motivation behind some of the aggression by Muslims. However, does it add or subtract anything from the justification of the attack? I mean, it's good to understand. It's good to understand why people do things they are because it helps us create policy or counter why they do it. Right? You need to understand why people are doing things they are so that you can get them to stop doing the thing. I guess. Can you link the paper? It's Paulson and Bod's The Sweeping Power of Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. Sweeping Section 3, 14. Sweeping and Forcing. No, wait. This is not the. Oh. It's The Sweep and Force of Section 3 by William Bod. And Michael Stokes Paulson. This is the paper. It's very interesting. And pretty easy to read. I don't think it's like hard reading necessarily. Fuck, I wish I could just... Did Pisco recommend this paper originally, or how'd you find it? Well, that's the paper that is... I'm pretty sure that is the paper that inspired the courts now to start kicking Trump off the ballot. This is the paper that, I think, basically put this legal theory into the mainstream. I just want to... We need to go to the land of Arabia. The day when Israel was founded created a basis for our problems because we always lose to Israel. It gnaws at the people in the Middle East that such a small country as Israel, with only about 7 million inhabitants, can defeat the Arab nation with its 350 million. That hurts our collective ego. The Palestinian problem is in the genes of every Arab. The West's problem is it doesn't understand this. Like, how do Arabs rationalize how much they fight with each other? Because Israel never defeated an Arab nation of 350 million people. Israel defeated like a collection of Arab nations that are constantly vying for influence and power with each other as much as against Israel, sometimes more. I wonder how Arabs rationalize that in their mind. I don't know, I have no idea. Truly have no idea. How many troops were involved on the ground for the 6-Day War? Wikipedia, Egypt. They had, when the 6-Day War was happening, Egypt had, what was it, 70,000 troops in Yemen. In fucking Yemen. Of the 100,000 total deployed, Egypt had 100,000 total troops deployed for this. Like, it's unreal. Interracial conflicts are always going to be more popular than intraracial ones, i.e. BLM versus gang shit. Maybe, dude. Maybe that's the simplistic analysis that's correct. Chocolate milk or coffee? Chocolate milk, duh.
Saudi Arabia wields the largest spare capacity of oil production in the world. They usually keep around 1.5 to 2 million barrels per day of oil production reserve in this spare capacity. By rapidly turning the spare capacity back online, Saudi Arabia can rapidly increase its globally significant oil production and dump those extra supplies onto the world market, thus decreasing global prices of oil. And by doing the reverse...
Wait, is this a... Is this about the talk we were having like an hour and a half ago on stream?
By shutting more wells offline and increasing its available spare capacity, Saudi Arabia can rapidly decrease its globally significant oil production and restrict global oil supplies, thus increasing worldwide oil scarcity and increasing global oil prices. This is why Saudi Arabia is often referred to as the central bank of world oil, and it's how the Saudi state can exert significant leverage over every single country in the world, including the world's most powerful country, the United States. Well, America only imports a fraction of its oil supply from Saudi Arabia these days. Overall, oil prices in the United States can still be severely impacted by the wind.
You agree with the paper then? The sweep and force of Section 3? Yes, I think the paper makes a very compelling argument that Donald Trump and probably others in Congress should be barred, should be kicked out of office and then banned from running.
The absolute monarchy.
I think the argument is laid out by the paper incredibly. I don't think anybody would be able to argue against it. But again, nobody actually makes any legal arguments against it. They just make arguments of like, oh, well, that feels bad. I guess basically.
Saudi Arabia. After the Russians invaded Ukraine in February of 2022, the Western world immediately passed a series of sanctions against Russia that shut that country's oil supply out of their markets, which obviously reduced the supply of oil in their markets and led to a rise in oil prices. And when oil prices rise, it tends to increase inflation in every other sector of the economy, because nearly every business in the world relies on oil at some point in time in its production process. Which means that when oil prices go up, businesses have to raise their prices in order to offset their increased production costs. So, after the Russians invaded Ukraine and the global price of oil shot up, and inflation rates went up along with it, the Biden administration in the United States requested that Saudi Arabia turn more of their spare capacity on and ramp up production to place more oil onto the global market in order to decrease oil prices that would help tame global inflation. But the Saudis instead did the complete opposite. They ended up cutting more of their production over and over these past several months, adding more wells to their offline spare capacity and decreasing the supply of global oil in coordination with Russia, which is increasing oil prices around the world, which is enabling the Russians to earn more money on their own oil sales that is being plowed into waging their war in Ukraine. And it is increasing inflationary pressures and gasoline prices in the United States. As of May 2023, the American Strategic Petroleum Reserve, or SPR, the usually massive emergency stockpile of petroleum that the United States keeps stashed away in tanks in Louisiana and Texas, released during an oil supply crisis, has been gradually depleted every single day since the invasion of Ukraine began, the lowest level seen in 40 years right now.
Production oil prices fell to 60 by the way, estimate increased production on oil supply. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. New in the shop, Cyberpunk. Oh my god. One of the things that I used to hate about Discord was that like it was a chat app and then it did like voice chatting as well. And I always was thinking like, God, I wish Discord would just like have a bunch of like random pop-ups for games and apps and shit that I've never heard of, never will care about, and have no desire to use or interact with. And then especially because like if they bury that in some part of the app that I've got to go through, like I might never see it. So what if they just made it pop up like randomly over different parts of the app at random points in time with no rhyme or reason? And I'm just so happy that Discord added these features, even though I like pay for, I think, Discord Nitro. Even though I'm a paid user, I get to see all this stupid garbage bullshit just pop up on my fucking screen randomly all the time. I never would have known how much I wanted that feature if Discord wouldn't have done it on their own without like you know, asking anybody or suggesting it or giving the, you know, an opt-in to not turn it off. Nitro. Hold on. How do I turn it off? Is there a way to turn this off? I ordered a thing and they didn't deliver it. I know it's not here. And they said they forgot to put it in the box. What do you think is the best case to use for AirPod Pros? Give me this real quick. What do you think? Do you ever research Pakistan? You know, we just don't do it. What do you think is like the best case for these? Problem with people's understanding of paperclips, everyone thinks that this would be expensive. Smidgen cases. Is Amazon down, or is my? Those are the ones that beat the god. Liberals were the ones that beat the god. We did. True. We did it. All these lefties will find out. We took all these. We brought some literal scientists to capture the knowledge. But also, the Soviet Union did the exact same thing, and even more than us. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's like also yeah, whatever. This happened. It's over 2000. Get the FF7 remake AirPods case? What? You can tell he has below average understanding of the entire war by how he mentions Molotov, as if that was the only pact signed, the first, and without the context of the entire West abandoning them in favor of the Nazis. The U.S. empowered fascists all over the globe, whether they were literal Nazis or not. It's a horrible plan. Do you ever research relations? Valkit for AirPods, AirPods case covered with cloth and military armor. Thank God. I've never thought about how much I need military armor. Why are you buying a case when they come with tone? What? With one? With a case? I don't think these come with the case. Why not use the default case? They don't come with a case. Or a cover. I'm looking for like a thing. Why do you need a case for your case? So the case doesn't get scratched. I changed my mind on not putting cases on things, okay? I need to put cases on everything, okay? Old Destiny was wrong. I got this Pixel, okay? I don't know what happened, okay? I didn't put a case on this. This fell out of my pocket like 20 times. I don't even know how it falls out of my pocket. So you know what? Now I'm putting cases on everything. Okay, Old Destiny, he was incorrect when he said cases were dumb and stupid. Alright? Now we're casing everything. Aren't you rich? Yeah, I don't care. I don't want my shit to look like shit. Who cares if the charging case gets scratched on a phone screen? I care. I don't want it to look like shit. It makes me feel bad. It makes me feel devalued as a human. Imagine I'm trying to like rizz up some chick and we go to like walk home and I go to pull out my AirPods because I think it'd be like so much cooler and mysterious to walk home like listening to music and ignoring her. And then the dude next to me pulls out his fucking AirPods and my case is all like scratched and fucked. Like I've got Parkinson's. I'm just dropping it all over the place. She would leave me immediately, okay? Okay. AirPod Pro, second generation case, FF7. There's no way this exists. You lied. Whoever said that lied. $70 case. What the fuck? How? What does it do? Does it suck your dick? Pitaka AirPods Pro 2 case, slim fit, shockproof, protective AirPods with Pro 2nd Gen case compatible with MagSafe. 600D aramid fiber made. What the fuck? What does it do? V brand. Have you addressed the wardrobe allegations that you throw away your clothes when you travel instead of washing them, and that's why you're always wearing your own merch? I throw away clothes probably every few months, because like the t-shirts get like worn, they get like deodorant stains or whatever, and then you just buy more of the same. Thanks for reminding me I need to buy more black t-shirts actually, thank you. I'll order it with this. Okay, I am getting it. It's expensive, so it must be good, right? Do we want black or do we want... Oh, you have to get this. Okay, we can either get black or we can get Rhapsody. The Rhapsody one's got like the gay LGBT flag, okay? It could signal to my fellow gay homeboys out there that we're riding homo. Wait, by a wood case, they look cooler? Wait, what? Wooden AirPod Pro Case 2 Ultra. Wait, what is this? Amazon. AirPod Pro Case Wood. A rich friend of mine told me that the easiest way to make money was catering to the rich, just fucking charge ridiculous prices, and they'll pay it because they think it's better because it costs more. Actually, unironically, I do think that now. I do, and I will buy something if it costs more. I'll go to the store and I'll look at two things, and one will be like $24.99, and the other will be like 120 bucks. Like, this is 120 bucks. It must be some good shit, and then I'll just buy it. that is what I do. And then I think, God damn, I hope when I go home, Kane Tier 5 subs to me again to subsidize the cost of this random piece of shit thing that I bought. Natural wood. If it's wood, if I drop it, won't it like get fucked up? AirPod case Final Fantasy. That would be cute too. Are there actually AirPod Pro Gen 2 case? Do they make these? I feel like they don't make these. Oh my god. Lots of DBZ. No Final Fantasy. What about Cowboy Bebop? Why does it do this? Get the FF7 case in the Square Enix store. Wait, what? Oh! Wubba blubba, wubba wubba dub dub. Wubba lubba, wubba lubba bub. Yeah, whatever he says. Okay. Square Enix store. Okay, where do I see bestsellers? I wish I still bought shit. I wish I collected something. I make so much money and I don't waste it on anything. The only thing I want to waste it on is ice cream, and I can't do that because I'll get fat. Adulthood is a curse, okay? All the cool shit you thought you could do as a kid, now there are consequences for it. Okay, video games, merch. Okay. Plush, accessories. Is that what I want? Wallets? Music box? Bags, keychains? All. Oh shit, they should have put all at the top. They tricked me. Look, it's Goku. Oh my god. Oh, look at the girls holding this, I think. Could be a femboy. Okay, stop. I had one of these keychain things, and they made me throw it away at the airport. I was so mad. It was so cool. They're like, you're gonna stab someone. It's like, bro, it's Final Fantasy VII. The first TSA guy let me take it, but then when I was coming back, the guy was like, there's no shot. You think I'm gonna let you on the airplane with an actual Buster Sword replica? You could cause mayhem. I was like, fuck you, chief. And then he made me throw it the fuck away. I don't even think he probably didn't even throw it away. He probably just stole it from me. I bet that's what he did. Anyway. What the fuck is all this shit? I don't want keychains. Oh, these are keychains. Oh, that's probably why. Music box. I'm Vishy. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, my dude. Oh, Final Fantasy. What does this sound like? Can you like wind these up and they'll play on their own, or do you have to like manually spin it? This is the song. Wait. That one. In music box form. There it is. Look at how cute this is. Love grow. Oh, Final Fantasy 8. You are not. What? Oh my god, hold on, I'm sorry. We're just gonna look at these for the next like hour. Wait, these are not very long. Hey Edmund, thanks for the $50 again. I feel like these, okay. I was sewing, but I feel like these are not very high quality. Am I crazy? It's a music box? You can get really high quality music box. Koze Betar. Oh my god. Is that my favorite kick streamer? I love your content. When you stream about atheism, I just open your thing, sorry. Thank you. Last atheistic stream from this apartment. Jeez. I feel like you can get cooler music boxes. I played Nier Automata on public piano. Weight of the world. Oh my god. I bet when he started playing, I bet everybody was like, who is this pussy slaying king? And he's got the official DGG outfit, white t-shirt, sweatpants. Fresh as fuck lineup. Look at this. Hell yes. Okay, nobody cares because he chose a shitty song, okay? Hold on. Kill yourself. Boom. Okay. Like, listen, why would you do the final... Like, these are like the worst Final Fantasy themes, okay? Who would do main theme of Final Fantasy VII? I mean, it's not like horrible, but like there are so many better themes. And On Our Way? Really? Actually, this kind of works as a music box theme, actually. Also, they changed the song. That section's not supposed to repeat. Or wait, does it literally just loop the same 16 seconds? We're talking about anything interesting? No, kill yourself. Oh my god, it's literally like a 17-second loop. That's so cringe. Oh, that's probably why they choose certain songs, huh? Okay, these suck. Never mind. Fuck this. Fuck this. And fuck this. Wait. Acrylic stand. How? What does that mean? Is this like a three-dimensional statue? I want the ones with the... Show me the real character models, okay? I want a statue. With the real Cloud. This. That's what I want. No, not that one. This one. Yeah. That's what I want. Get a Funko Pop. No, I don't know anything about these things. I can't buy this. Because if I do, I'm going to buy the wrong thing, and then everybody's going to make fun of me. And okay. All right. We're doing the Pitaka for AirPods Pro 2K Slim Fit Shockproof Protective AirPods generator compatible with MagSafe. We're getting that. Okay. Boom. What else am I wasting money on today on Amazon? We got that. What else? The new portable battery? My battery's always fine. Go to Etsy. Man, fuck that. Oh, shirts. You're right. Shirts. Okay. Orders. Some true classic t-shirts. All right. How do we feel about... Did you ever buy anything off the Silk Road? Just head from your mom 20 times. It only cost me $10 per blowjob, but she took it in bitcoins. You ever tried poppers? No. Except when you hook up with gay guys and they try to shove it in your face without talking to you about it. Jesus Christ! But that's because 50% of men are rapists, okay? Be careful, women and bi guys and gay guys. Please work! Okay, what if I try to open the same page in like 5 different tabs? One of them will load. Oh, shit. Okay, don't worry. Final Fantasy VII AirPod case. Oh, that one worked. Good job. Oh, does this say Shinra? I know that because I can read it. Actually, that's the only thing I think that's even written in the games. That's my guess. Oh. with a charging LED indicator window. What? Does it work with the mag thing or whatever? Description, mag. Are you actually going to come to Canvas in Ohio next month? Is it like a treat for you so people come? No, I'll show up, yeah. I think I've canvassed at all the prior events. It just depends on how much shit I have to manage or what's going on. But I like to go out at least once. It's good to see the people. Okay. The Lexi and Stukov when they wish to preserve. This is for general info. Okay, never mind. Fuck this up. Okay. How do we feel about colors here? Black is always good. Carbon. Heather gray. Military green. Gross. AKA vomit. Not good. Maybe. I feel like these always end up looking so dark. Or maybe it's because I get heather in them. Let's go with navy. Color navy. Currently unavailable. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, why are half these unavailable? You think he's going out of business? Okay, who's the next good t-shirt people? Please tell us you're trolling with the throwing shirts away. No, what the fuck? Why not? You can buy new ones. Uniglow. Uniglow. Ralph Lauren. All that. Ralph Lauren t-shirt. Polo doesn't sound like t-shirt. Sounds like something I need to wear with slacks, okay? Whatever I get has to be sweatpants compatible, okay? Remember, that's essential. Have you heard of washing? Yeah, you wash them, but the colors fade over time. Okay. Uniglow Supima tees are actually good. Oh, okay. Uniglow. Wait, do they sell these on Amazon or no? Wait, I don't think they sell Uniglow on Amazon. His brand is called Polo? Wait, if I can't buy it on Amazon, I'm fucked. Okay. Stop saying glow. What is it? Unique glow? Unique glow? Can you describe your washing pattern? They shouldn't fade in 3 months. I have 5 t-shirts and 5 pairs of sweatpants. I wear them every 3 to 4 days. I do laundry and wash them, and then I re-wear them. Well, wear them after taking them from the dryer. I feel like my clothes last for about 3 to 6 months on that cycle, so I feel like I should get new ones. Maybe 6 months. Probably closer to 6 months. Because they get like weird, like things happen. They get like, I don't know. Shouldn't die in 6 months? It doesn't die in 6 months. It's not like new t-shirts. This is my way of living big. Okay, I'm trying to live large. Right? I'm trying to embrace my life. Yeah. The deodorant stain is when you should change t-shirts? Yeah, that's usually what it is. Why not buy like 30 of them? If they don't wear out, it's usually constant washing. Well, the problem before is I bought a ton, but then my body changed a lot in like a year. I went from like 150 to like 175, and now I'm back at like 155, and they don't all fit the same, okay? I got muscular-ish, and then I got fatty-ish, and now I got twinkish, okay? It's a lot of body changes, so now we just rotate 4 or 5 at a time, so we see what happens. small or medium? Right now I'm medium. I don't think I could. I don't think I could wear it.
Maybe I can
Unless I
organize
want to do
these
tight.
bandits into
Do
something
you do your
that
own laundry?
resembles
Yeah.
an
What the fuck?
effective unit.
It's just throwing it in the washing machine. Okay, sorry. Wait, what's the best
Enough to allow me an escape
What's
when
the best shirt I can get on Amazon, please? Start going to the gym retard. I have been for 2 days. So I don't get that filthy. Eating that and waking up and doing it. When did you have muscles? Bro, if you look at my, I feel bad. Because I couldn't really tell as much when I was getting it. Now if you look at my YouTube videos for like 6 months ago, and you look at my arms now, my arms are fucking sticks again. Okay? I look like a twink. Fuck. Read the Wikipedia on Amazon. American Apparel track shirts are my go-to. Alright. American Apparel t-shirt. Roll with the twink thing for like 6 months and see if you like it. Well, because now I actually don't like being weak as fucking shit. Now it doesn't feel good anymore. Being able to pick people up and stuff was fun. Now I'm a fucking loser. But more importantly, now I feel like a loser. Before I was just always weak and I didn't worry about it. Now I feel like I can't do anything, okay? I don't know if I'd rather be fat and a little kind of stronger or twinky and carry a gun. Okay, what am I looking for? $12 a shirt? Put a $12 t-shirt. Oh wait, I got $20. Do you like cotton or silky materials? I don't know. Can I get silky t-shirts? That sounds sexy as fuck. That doesn't. You can't be fat and strong. You absolutely can be fat and strong. You are so wrong. American Apparel is a soft t-shirt. American Apparel. Hey, what about these? Are these okay? Oh, these look like they make you look fat and gross.
I'd be dead.
At your peak, how many pull-ups could you do? I think like 2. Or 1? Fuck pull-ups. I could do like 8 or 9 chin-ups though. Actual like real pull-ups, like an actual like arms out, wide, lat engagement shit. That shit is fucking hard. And I was fat, okay? But chin-ups were fucking easy. Fuck that. Why do you need to get them on Amazon? Because I don't want to make accounts on websites all over the world and do all this fucking bullshit and order, and I like Amazon Prime and... Wear a well-fitting, slim-fit t-shirt if you don't want to look fat. Well, but if you are fat and you wear a slim-fit t-shirt, and they can even make you look fat. Okay, I'm just gonna buy this. American Apparel Union. We're gonna trial one. Okay, what's like the best color? Damn, this color is baller. I feel like I'm in the underwater temple in Zelda, I'm getting this one. Start with negative pull-ups. Just do the assisted pull-up machine. Okay. Can you buy an interesting design? What interesting design? Wait, Lincoln, like, what would be like an interesting designed t-shirt that would look okay? Zelda t-shirt, video games. Oh my god, I didn't even think about this. Hold on. Oh my god, I could put video games on my body? Holy shit. What looks cute? Oh, ew. Gross. Ew. Can I get like... Remember back in Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask when the art was good before it was this cel-shaded cartoony fucking bullshit? God, look at how cringe this is. This is like Zoomers that said the prequel was better. Ugh. Oh my god, it's a bunch of Wind Waker. Hey, Jader, I need to be able to restrict chat by generation, okay? I need this feature implemented. We need to have... there are a couple of ID verification systems that we can probably outsource to that will automatically verify an ID. We can do it set up internationally. I need to verify ages, and I need to be able to lock chat so that only certain age groups can talk, okay? There are times when I just want to talk to my people. I don't want Zoomers or Gen Alpha or any of these fucking losers ever contributing ever, okay? Well, not ever, but... God, look at how cringe this is. My God. Hold on, Zelda. Hold on, t-shirt. Hopefully that's right. Oh my god, it's the Nintendo 64 cartridge cover. What the fuck is this? Oh. What's this? Polo Ralph Lauren. 3-pack. Oh shit. Oh, I can just grab these. Okay, never mind. Let's do this. You guys are leading me down a bad road. Okay, I can tell you why. $45. These are cheaper than a lot of the other. Okay, we'll try it. All right. What 3 colors? Those 3 look the best. Ooh. Well, nah. White t-shirt? Nah. Maybe with jeans. Ugh. Or I could just do it. These look the best. Absolutely these. 100%. All right. Add to cart. Okay. Ralph Lauren. Do they make sweatpants too? Oh my god. We are in business, boys. Holy shit. Oh my god, yes. 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 Yes! Do I have an appropriate shirt to go with this? Hold on. Do you think these only work with like pink? What if I had like a pink hoodie or a pink overcoat or a pink something? Oh my god. Okay, we're not getting this. Not this color. Okay, we'll try the blue ones. Oh, yes. Oh my god. Yes. Hold on. $130. Finally, our wealth, our supreme earning power is come to shine here now. That they can afford the upper echelons of fashion, out of reach from the plebes, aka my viewers. Yes, Harbor Blue. Wait, select size, medium. Medium or large? feel like a medium kind of guy. Section 3 have a provision for removing people from office, as well as barring them from seeking office. Well, it wouldn't bar you from seeking office, you just would never be listed on a ballot if it was enforced, because you'd be disqualified. Okay, medium, medium. Look at Lululemon sweatpants if you want to splurge. What is that? Lululemon sweatpants. Dance Studio Paint 3 Unlined Regular. Hey, hey, buy the shirts from the Amazon Polo store as well. You are buying from a reseller and shirts could be fake, which doesn't matter, but the quality will be way worse. Wait, how do I know if I'm buying from the official store or not? Hold on. Visit the Polo Ralph Lauren store. Okay, this is... Okay, the lady's hot, but... Wait, this is a lady, right? This is the official Ralph Lauren store, right? On Amazon, do you think? Because it has this thing here? It is the real one. Okay. Wait, what about the shirt? Okay, and then the shirts are the run too. Okay. All right. We'll try one Lululemon sweatpants. Lululemon ABC. Bro, somebody sponsored. Okay, men's AB. Oh my God, 160. Now we're getting into the real elite level model tier. Size. What? Oh my God, they list the size in numbers. That's how you know it's some real shit. I feel like this is way too big for me. 33. I think I wear like a whatever. Okay. Obsidian. Can I get some like non-cucked colors? Okay, black. These colors suck. What are trousers slash jeans? What the fuck? Are these supposed to be... Hold on. Wait. These aren't sweatpants. These are slacks. Are you baiting me? What are these? Hold up. Fuck you. Yeah, get out of here. Nice try. Nice try, buddy. Get me out of here. Okay, jogger. That's us. For all of our jogging. Okay. Gross. Black. Okay, we'll try one of these. Medium. Yes. That's our sizes. Delivered to see all buying options. Does that mean I don't have the official? They're 120 on the Lululemon website. Bro, why? I don't want to go to like 20 different websites. Just go to the Lululemon store on Amazon. Oh, Lululemon store. Don't show your ankles. I'll just get knee-high white socks, dumbass. Wait, is there a Lululemon store? Brand, Lululemon. Is this the same as the Lululemon store? Or could these be like resellers or retailers? Not on Amazon, idiot. You can order shit on websites without making accounts in most. Bro, but then... who wants to waste time? Okay, hold on. What do we got? We already have our Ralph Lauren sweatpants. Do we really need more? I think we're good. I think we have enough. Lulu is the Cadillac of sweatpants. Ah, you guys are baiting me so hard. Lululemon. You need the Lululemon. It's on another level. Oh my god. Is that Zendaya? Jesus. Dude, how much do you think this guy mewed for this jaw? What the fuck? Do you think you can mew too much? Okay. We need end of... Okay. I need men. Pant? No. Well, joggers. Yes. Okay. Wow, freaking Z Martin. Thanks for subbing. Okay, what's the difference between all of these? Oh my god. City sweat joggers or surge joggers? Just get the ABC and then you can wear sweatpants. Okay, collection. ABC. Okay. ABC jogger. Shorter. Tall. Skinny fit. In mind pant 30 inch. ABC jogger. ABC jogger tall. I'm probably shorter. So. Where do I get the normal ones? Is there a difference? Bro, I don't know. 28? Sounds about right, I guess. Oh, let me go. Look, hold on. My jeans are 34 by 29, and I think they're a tad long on me. So is the first one the length, or is the first one the width? How are pants measured? Waist X length. 29. Oh, so it is like 29, 28. Should I get it a little longer or a little shorter? $34. Yeah, I got big fat jeans, but I have to belt the fuck out of them. What should I get? If the length is 29.
Don't ruin all that work.
34 is fat as fuck. There's no way they fit you. Well, I need a I need a belt, okay? Listen, we stopped by Walmart. We got what was available, okay? It's hard to find jeans at length like fucking 28 or 29. It's hard to find that length. Everything was like 34, 34 or some shit, okay? Okay. We're gonna do 30 inches, all right? Just like my dick. What is select size? If I'm getting the length, what is the difference here? What is this even doing? 30 will be long, but you can cuff? Do people cuff sweatpants? Size guide on right, idiot. Size guide. Oh, thank you. This helps me so much. Thank you so much. Wow. Yes. Yes.
If you're hiding here, it's going to be worse for you.
I told you to get out. I don't know where.
Okay. Fuck. Wait, where were we? Okay. 30, medium, classic. Why don't I get nomad? Okay, whatever.
Again?
We've got obsidian, silver drop,
Over here.
true navy,
Outside.
black, and army green.
Not here.
Okay, we're gonna try one of these. That's what we're doing, okay? Okay.
You're the one trying
Ship
to
it
help
to
Penny.
me. Does Lululemon sell t-shirt? No, I don't care. We don't get it. Okay. Okay. Wait, do you think I have a Lululemon store? No one wears joggers anymore? I do. Lululemon, Miami Beach. Oh my god, fuck. It's right where I bought my iPhone. I should have just bought something down there. Nah, I'm not walking. That's like 12 minutes away. Fuck that. Alright. Add to bag.
This is it.
Sign me up for Lululemon emails? No fucking thank you. Oh my god, I gotta click through all this shit because it's not on Amazon. Oh, my address isn't right? Wow, thanks. I gotta change this. What is all this bullshit? I gotta enter this. Oh my god, doesn't my credit card save? Doesn't my address save? I gotta auto enter it from Google. Check your CVC and try. Oh, now it's gonna pretend like it's not the right number. Okay, good one. Okay. Boom. Best weapons ever. Okay. Create an account. You know what? I will make an account. Just in case.
I don't feel
How did you buy band merch? Such a cheat code for interesting shirt. Is it? I don't even know what bands I would get. People gonna think that I'm a Quentin Tarantino fan if I walk around with this. What is this? Oh my god. Why does it look like Martin Luther King crying? Okay. Your account has been created. Order can save. Here are your order details. Boom. You know what? Fuck it. Hold on, real quick. Since we're already ordering shit, how do I get that Pfizer jacket? I need this so badly. There was a really sick Pfizer coat. Not one of these. It was sicker. It was sicker than all of these. Was it this one? This is the one. Fuck, sold out. Why is it not on Amazon? Okay, too lazy. We'll do it later. It's on Oh my god, with the hat. Absolutely epic. Okay. U.S. economy grid is surprisingly strong. 3.2% pace last quarter. Aiming to continue resilience. Yeah. We would call this on Destiny Stream. Did Shaylin actually draw this? Or is this Ryzek? That's not like her art name, is it? No, it's from Spicy Chat. I guess this is me jerking off. We've got Karanthos. Who's everybody supposed to be? Oh, is this West, by the way? This is Forethought, my attack dog. Clary's dead. Top notch. Oh, from left to right. Karanthos, Sherry's Skull. This is supposed to be Abba? Okay. Destiny up here. West. Forethought. Hellion Whistle. Alright. That's the guy who drew it? I'm aware they have the same name, yes. Spicy Chat? It's the Discord room almost so logical Discord. It's like Kiwi Farms, but for politics streamers. How is it that Watcher's community shits on you and you hate him, but when Chud's community does it, then you don't care? I mean, I kind of do care. What do you mean? I'm pretty sure I blacklisted almost everybody from that chat. I don't interact with anybody. Almost. It's just not really as popular, so I don't like engage with it as much. Next Fuentes debate? Probably never. Valery Zaluzny. What a great fucking name. Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, Kyiv, Ukraine. Modern positional warfare and how to win in it. I think this article was written a few months ago for this paper speech. Z is pronounced like the Z in Zizek. Which one? Zaluzhny or Zaluzhny? Having launched the large-scale armed aggression against Ukraine in February 24, 2022, the Russian Federation was the beginning of an unprecedented global security crisis, the largest since the end of the Second World War. The Russian great power chauvinism multiplied by sick imperial ambitions gradually turns the military conflict that began in the center of Europe into an armed confrontation with democratic and authoritarian political regimes prospect and spread to other regions of the planet with similar geopolitical models. Israel and the Gaza Strip, South and North Koreas, Taiwan and China, etc. The insufficient effectiveness of the existing global political regulatory mechanisms, primarily the UN and the OSCE, leaves Ukraine with no choice but to restore its territorial integrity after the large-scale armed aggression within the internationally recognized borders of 1991 exclusively by military force in which its armed forces play a decisive role. Having entered the war with a stronger enemy, which has a lot of weapons and a much greater mobilization capability, Ukraine was not only able to stop it, but also to conduct a successful counteroffensive in 2022 and stave the enemy off along many axes. The people of Ukraine have demonstrated their willingness, not in words, but in deeds, to lay down their soul and body for their freedom. However, due to many subjective and objective reasons, the war at the present stage is gradually moving to a positional form, a way out of which in the historical retrospect has always been difficult for both the armed forces and the state as a whole. At the same time, the prolongation of the war as a rule in most cases is beneficial to one of the parties to the conflict. In our particular case, it is the Russian Federation, as it gives it the opportunity to reconstitute and build up its military power. Therefore, the issues of understanding the causes of such a situation, finding possible ways out of it, and changing the nature and course of this war in favor of Ukraine are of particular relevance in modern conditions. An analysis of the current situation in which the armed forces of Ukraine and other components of the state defense forces are placed shows that in order to find a way out of the positional form of warfare, it is necessary to gain air superiority, breach mine barriers in depth, increase the effectiveness of counter battery, create and train the necessary reserves, build up electronic warfare capabilities. Therefore, the determination, the reasons for the transition of hostilities to the positional form, and the search for possible ways out of the situation should obviously be carried out according to these main components. It should be noted that the above-mentioned components in no way level the role and place of missiles and ammunition, artillery systems, missile systems, electronic warfare, other types of weapons and equipment provided by partners. They only complement them in the context of increasing the capabilities of the defense forces through new technological solutions and innovative approaches and a way out of positional crisis on the line of contact. Let's consider these reasons in more detail. Reasons for the transition of hostilities to the positional form. As for gaining air superiority, modern art of war involves gaining air superiority to successfully conduct large-scale ground operations. This is reflected both in the doctrines of NATO armed forces and in the governing documents of the armed forces of the Russian Federation. The armed forces of Ukraine entered the war with 120 tactical aircraft, out of which only 40 were considered to be technically suitable for utilization, and 33 medium and short-range anti-aircraft missile battalions, which only 18 had early serviceable equipment. Due to the material and logistical assistance of the partner nations, Ukraine has strengthened its aviation and air defense system. In particular, fighter and attack aircraft, as well as Soviet-made helicopters, were received. The number of anti-aircraft missile systems was significantly increased, mainly due to Western-made assets, in particular, Martlet, Starstreak, Javelin, Piorun, Mistral, Stinger, Grom, man-portable air defense systems, Jeopard self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, Skynex air defense gun system, Avenger, Stormer, Patriot Hawk, Iris-T, Masson, Sant-T, Protail NG air defense systems. Due to this, since the beginning of the large-scale armed aggression, the Russian Federation has lost a number of aircraft that roughly corresponds to the number of aircraft of one air army, and helicopters, about 13 regiments, brigades of army aviation. In addition, the losses of enemy air defense systems of various types already exceed 500 different pieces. Despite such losses, today the enemy continues to maintain significant air superiority, which complicates the advance of our troops and is one of the key factors that transforms the nature of hostilities into a positional form. According to various assessments, at the end of 2023, the enemy may augment the number of aircraft by building new attack aviation squadrons, so special attention should be paid to this circumstance. But despite the significant quantitative and qualitative superiority of the enemy in aviation and air defense, it cannot convert it into complete dominance in the air due to the successful work of our elements of direct air defense cover of troops, which constantly increase the number of the engaged enemy air attack weapons. Fordro, thanks for subscribing. This leads to the fact that the enemy does not feel calm in the skies of Ukraine. His aviation tries not to enter the kill zone of our anti-aircraft defenses and utilizes air assets mainly from long ranges, which significantly reduces their effectiveness. Instead, the enemy's unmanned aerial vehicles come to the forefront, which have taken over a significant part of the tasks of manned aviation in terms of aerial recon and airstrike. As for mine barriers breaching in depth, the next prerequisite that transforms the nature of current hostilities into positional form is the widespread use of mine barriers by both the enemy and our troops. Let's consider the situation with the capabilities to breach such barriers by our troops. As of February 24th, 2022, the armed forces of Ukraine had a limited capabilities package designed for breaching mine barriers. There were technically outdated pieces of equipment in service. Due to Western partners in the course of hostilities, it was possible to slightly augment the capabilities of engineer units on breaching using such assets as M58, Mittel Wissent 1, NM189, Ingenieur Panzerwagen. But given the unprecedented scale of these barriers, even such capabilities are objectively lacking. Today, the enemy mine barriers along particularly important axes have a high density and reach a depth of 15 to 20 kilometers. Their cover is conducted by recon UAVs, which effectively detect our obstacle-clearing detachment units and target fire at them. In case of successful mine barrier breaching, the enemy quickly restores minefields in these areas by such engineering systems of remote mine laying as Zemledili. At the same time, the armed forces of Ukraine are no less effective in using mine barriers and recon and fire complexes to detect and destroy the enemy's engineering equipment for demining. I wonder how these work. Remote mine laying. This condition leads to the fact that the offensive operation of both parties occur with significant difficulties and large losses of material and personnel. As for counter-battery, in the Russian-Ukrainian war, as in the wars of the past, the role of missile forces and artillery in fires remains quite significant. And depending on the conditions, axes and areas of operations varies from 60 to 80% of the total volume of axes. The success of the troops' operations directly depends on the effectiveness of strikes and fire, so the hunt for the enemy's fire is a priority for both parties. Counter-batteries become an important component of the armed confrontation. Despite the statements of some so-called military analysts, various publications, including in the Russian media, regarding the gradual weakening of Russia, we have no right to belittle the importance and capabilities of Russian weapons. Its ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and recon, and countermeasures, the ability of the military-industrial complex of the aggressor state to supply the troops with a significant number of both outdated and modern weapons and equipment. We must realistically assess threats, analyze experience, and draw conclusions. Immediately after receiving Western missiles and artillery weapons, the armed forces of Ukraine gained significant security and significant success in counter-battery. Thus, precision-guided munitions, e.g. Excalibur 155mm shells, proved to be quite effective in the fight against self-propelled artillery and counter-battery radars. However, over time, their capabilities have significantly decreased since the targeting system using GPS is very sensitive to the influence of enemy electronic warfare, which leads to a loss of precision and ammunition. The enemy quickly learned to apply new tactics, dispersal by guns, fire from the maximum range, use of new electronic warfare assets, the Pull 21 electronic warfare system, etc. Also, the enemy quite widely and effectively began to use the Lancet loitering munition with target illumination, the Orlan, Zayla UAVs, and others for counter-battery, countering which is quite difficult.
One of Russia's most effective weapons is their electronic warfare equipment. While not bulletproof, each system can disrupt, weaken, or damage their signal-guided weapon system. As the Pol 21 electronic warfare is meant to block GPS signals for weapon systems, something Ukraine rely on in many cases. They use their drone army often to clear away these threats, making sure Ukraine can hit with precision and send reconnaissance drones wherever they want, taking out one more system at a time, leaving one less for tomorrow. That's all I have to say.
How does GPS even work? Is it just like broadcasting on like a frequency basically? That didn't help at all, awesome. Make signals? I imagine everything is encrypted these days, right? But maybe GPS isn't? I'm not sure. I don't know. Don't care. Also, the enemy quite widely and effectively used the Lancet. Okay, we got this. In order to maintain and increase the dual superiority, the Russians, through the use of outdated artillery systems, significantly increased the artillery's density and its ability to massively use conventional ammunition. The enemy has also increased the production and intensity of the use of 122mm Krasnopol precision-guided munition, which is aimed at targets by target illumination with a rangefinder from ground-based observation posts. As a countermeasure to the enemy, we were forced to utilize rocket artillery systems, e.g. HIMARS, to defeat his artillery. However, a significant part of the existing set of missiles was utilized for hitting these targets, artillery, MLRS, etc. Currently, we have managed to achieve a notional parity with the numerically prevailing enemy artillery due to a smaller number of higher quality accurate fires. As for creation and preparation for the necessary reserves, compared to Ukraine, the Russian Federation has 3 times more mobilization and resources. Having failed to succeed in the initial period of the war, the enemy began a partial mobilization by the composition of armed forces of peacetime in September 2022, which continues to date. But it fails to take advantage of the mobilization of human resources to create a significant superiority in the combat strength of the task force directly fighting against the main reasons for this state are political, organizational, and motivational in nature. Thus, on the eve of the presidential election, the president of the Russian Federation, Putin, is afraid to conduct a general mobilization in connection with the possible risks of growing social tension in the state and turning it into a political crisis. The enemy has limited capabilities to train mobilized citizens and provide them with the necessary weapons and equipment. Due to significant loss of personnel, the civilian population of the Russian Federation seeks to evade conscription and participation in hostilities. At the same time, it should be taken into account that despite the fact that the command of the armed forces of Ukraine is constantly working to improve the procedure for creating and preparing reserves, some issues remain problematic. In particular, we have limited capabilities to train reserves on our own territory, since the enemy has the ability to launch missile and airstrikes on training centers and training grounds. The prolonged nature of the war, limited opportunities for the rotation of soldiers in the front line of contact, gaps in legislation that seem to legally evade mobilization, significantly reduce the motivation of citizens to serve in the military. We are aware of these issues, we see ways to solve them, and are constantly working on it. Thus, this leads to the lack of Ukraine's ability to achieve superiority over the enemy reserves by increasing their number. How deep does Russia strike right now into Ukraine? Is it essentially across the entirety of the country of Ukraine, or? Yes, across the As for electronic warfare, even before the events of 2014, the military and political leadership of the Russian Federation made considerable attention to the development of electronic warfare. An illustrative example of this is the creation in 2009 of a separate branch of the armed forces of the Russian Federation, the electronic warfare troops. In addition, as part of the Russian armed forces, a powerful air component of electronic warfare has been created, which ensures the effective deployment of troops and forces of high-precision weapons. The enemy adopted about 60 types of modern electronic warfare equipment, which have better characteristics, high mobility, increased security, short setup and teardown time, the introduction of new technical solutions, automation tools, special software, etc. Almost the entire fleet of obsolete equipment has been updated. The main advantages of Russian electronic warfare equipment also include the establishment of serial production of the so-called trench electronic warfare, Psylocke, Kitten, Teton, Harpoon, High Road, Liso Jacques, I don't know, which the tactical level the Russian troops is saturated with. Despite the fact that since the beginning of large-scale armed aggression, the enemy has lost a significant part of this equipment, today it continues to maintain a significant electronic warfare superiority. Along the Kupiansk and Bakhmut axes, the enemy actually established a layered electronic warfare system, the elements of which constantly change throughout the operation. As for the armed forces of Ukraine, by 2022, such modern electronic warfare assets with UAVs such as Bukovel AD, Enclave, Karma, Nota were adopted, which later proved themselves well in combat. But despite this, at the beginning of the war, about 65% of jamming stations, types, and units of the armed forces of Ukraine were produced by the former Soviet Union, and there were only 25 units. Given the limited capabilities of the domestic defense industrial complex, the buildup of EW capabilities was carried out at the expense of international military material and logistical assistance by obtaining systems and assets of detection in electronic warfare against UAVs, anti-drone guns, tactical mobile direction finding systems, EW systems with onboard radar stations, etc. To date, the capabilities to counter enemy high-precision weapons, guided missiles, UAVs, have been increased by deploying the Pokrova nationwide EW system, with the possibility of replacing the satellite radio navigation field, suppressing satellite radio navigation along the entire line of combat between most parts of Ukraine. The development and implementation of elements and situational awareness systems and command and control processes is also underway. Graphite for automated transmission and display of data about the flight of small UAVs. Quartz for collecting, processing, displaying data, and managing radio electronic assets. At this time, we have practically achieved a parity in the EW task performance, which significantly complicates the possibility of achieving superiority by both the armed forces of the Russian Federation and Ukraine when employing weapons and tools in general. Thus, relying on the strategic superiority in military, economic, human, natural resource, scientific potential, and relatively appropriate conditions for implementation, the occupying armed forces are still not able to fully implement the plans of the Russian political staff. At the same time, it should be noted that despite this, countermeasure to the achievement of military political objectives by the aggressor state comes at a high cost to Ukraine and its armed forces. The above is especially acute in the current course of counteroffensive actions in the summer-autumn period. Thus, de facto, the armed forces of Ukraine and other components of the security defense forces involved in repelling armed aggression practically along the entire line of contact between the parties and in the border areas of the Russian Federation face the need to overcome the military parity problem. First of all, its existence is stipulated by the reasons related to parity in the air, minefields, counter-battery, and electronic warfare, and the creation of reserves. Ways to overcome the positional nature of hostilities. The need to avoid the transition to a positional form of hostility, such as the Trench War of 1914 to 1918, necessitates the search for new and non-trivial approaches to breaking the military parity of the enemy. The main idea of the way out of the current situation can be presented illustratively in the picture. Okay. Positional nature of hostilities versus maneuverable nature of hostilities. The main ways to overcome the positional nature of hostilities, which began to manifest itself in the contact line in summer of 2023, should be considered as follows. As for gaining air superiority, simultaneous en masse use of cheap unmanned aerial presence simulators and attacking waves using a single combat formation in order to overload the enemy's air defense system, mislead the enemy about the number of real targets in the raid, and expose elements of the enemy's air defense system. Hunting down enemy UAVs with the help of our own hunter drones and trap rats on border in order to directly eliminate the destructive threat of material and personnel on the battlefield by kamikaze drones. Use of radiation simulators of the medium-range anti-aircraft missile system to target illumination stations in close proximity to the contact line in order to reduce the effectiveness of the use of glide-guided bombs against our troops when assuming offensive due to the fact that carrier aircraft will launch guided bombs from maximum multiple ranges, reduce the manned aviation intensity due to the pilots' reviews of the sorties, reminding of thermal imaging recon equipment in UAVs targeting with stroboscopes at night in order to complicate advanced strikes, and positions of troops, pieces of weapons, and equipment at night using UAVs, thermal imaging equipment, en masse use of electronic warfare assets, small and portable jamming transmitters, anti-drone guns, etc. along the contact line of parties to counter enemy UAVs in order to increase the ground forces protection from enemy UAVs. AU emotionally abusive manipulators on the other end of YouTube chat. How do you ask though about getting the information you need to prove a point, and what are some questions you have? Have a Greta day. I don't know what that question is, but I actually very As for counter battery, building up local GPS skills to improve the operation, including that ammunition navigation tools, increasing the share of passes and counter battery, which is solved by recon and fire complexes based on compromising drones. Use of counter battery assets in combination with measures to mislead the enemy, increasing the capability of artillery recon equipment provided within the framework of international material and logistical assistance with use of non-standard settings. As for mine barriers and breaching in depth, use of LiDAR scanning sensors to obtain situational information on breaching of the drone, rosy smoke detection system to conceal the activities of optical clearing detachments from enemy ISR and fire, damaged equipment without crews, retain its maneuver capabilities. Remove ask from that sentence and it makes sense. How do you go about getting the information you need to prove a point with the question you have? How do I go about getting the... I mean, it depends on what the point is. I don't know. Read and research and get the things that support your point? That's such a broad question. I don't know how to... Kiss me right now, Destiny. Shut up, K-Dog. Use of jet engines, of decommissioned aircraft, water monitors, water cannons, or industrial water monitors, cluster artillery munitions, including mine barriers, and installed without being dug in the ground. Use of a mini tunnel excavator with a drill, rapid burrowing robot, empty hoses for the injection of gaskets for explosive, missiles with a fuel air explosive for breaching mine barriers. Use of anti-drone guns to counter enemy recon UAV, which will increase the level of obstacle clearing detachments, concealment while breaching mine barriers. As for creating our own reserve and combat enemies, introduction of the OBRIF, Unified State Register of Draftees, persons liable for military service, and reservists into the activities of command and control bodies, attracting more citizens of Ukraine to the military reserve. Creation of an automated control system and accounting and training of Ukrainian citizens for military service and national resistance, expanding the list of categories of Ukrainian citizens with whom training for military service and national resistance is conducted, introduction of combat internship practice. As for electronic warfare, introduction to the command and control process of elements of the Pokrova, graphite, quartz, situational awareness system, as well as data exchange and defense forces ISR assets. Increasing capabilities to monitor current electronic situation in areas of combat operations in the region. Capabilities of partner nations, particularly we need to provide the possibility of expanded access to data from air, sea, and space assets of signal intelligence. Increasing the capabilities of conducting electronic warfare from UAVs during assault operations by combined arms elements, organization and conduct of counter EW measures to detect, recognize. This is just like all the things in. I don't know why I fucking read this. Search opportunities, increasing detection. Improving effectiveness of management is essential in the process of implementing the pros ways. Let's get down to widespread use. Accumulation of stocks and dissemination. For the classes, so we know this concept of development is important both for the enemy and for us. Today, the Russian forces spent a large number of missile ammunition, but it should be recognized as some preparation for what was done, so Russia at this time time. No, I mean, we're basically like, we're almost like... Alright, last Yemen segment ending bronze. Well, we have to get a little... Houthi takeover in Yemen. Saudi-led intervention in the Yemeni civil war, and then the Yemen civil war. I think these last three articles are all probably going to play into asked AV this the other day, but I have feelings for a friend of 10 years. How do you think I should put out there? Are you a guy or a girl? Are you worried you're gay? Or what are you feeling for a friend of 10 years? You've never done anything at all? Girl K. Does the guy have a girlfriend? Has he ever showed interest in you? How old are you?
He made an incredible political mistake, and he knows it this morning. He knows it. Incredible political mistake last night, going, I was the one who terminated...
Nah, we get touchy when drunk, though. I'm 26. Oh. You're gonna ask me questions, I'm gonna shoot down all my responses, and you should just grow. If you get drunk and you get touchy, why not literally just ask him if he wants to, like, go out on a date or something? Like, hey, do you want to go get dinner and drinks? Or, hey, do you want to, like, come over and watch something, or blah, blah, blah? Every time young men, like, ask me for, like, approaching a girl advice, it's like this. They're like, so there's a girl, and we've talked a few times, and, you know, we're kind of, like, friendly, but I'm not really sure, like, how to ask her out, and I think she might be prettier than me, and I don't know if she's interested, blah, blah, blah. That's, like, every young man that asks me for dating stuff is like that. Every young woman is like, so there's a guy, and I go over to his house, and, like, he lets me touch his dick, and we also drink a lot. And he asked me out like 6 months ago, and I said I wasn't ready, and like, but I don't really know how to, I don't know if he likes me or not. I don't understand why women are so unbelievably fucking autistic and so unbelievably unwilling to take like the easiest fucking first step in the world. Like, holy fucking AIDS. Literally just like ask or make any move or do anything, and you're probably good to go. I have no idea. Okay, so essentially just stop being a cuck. If you're literally at the touchy, drunk stage, then literally ask him on a fucking date, yeah. unless there's like an additional dynamic where like you're only touching him and he's not interested, and it's like only in group settings and he's like trying to push you away or some shit like that. Maybe there's like some ultra crazy like thing like that going on, maybe, but. Anyway, yeah, I don't know why you wouldn't just ask, like, do like a one-on-one. Yeah, do that. Just ask like a one-on-one dinner. And then get drinks after. It just seems like so easy, right? Do you ever feel like you have to keep up appearances despite bad things going on in your life that are actually bothering you? No, I don't think so. If things are really bad, I just don't stream. Fuck that. But generally in my life, especially now, it's pretty simple and easy. I'll also compartmentalize what you're watching. I'm not working on anything. Sometimes there's a lot of stuff that's different. I don't get my
Roe v. Wade.
10-year friendship makes that move way more difficult. Yeah, but like, why not just like, Porn 29, we will eventually maybe, okay? We'll see. A 10-year friendship makes that way more difficult, but then just try. Why not just try? I don't understand why people stay in limbo for so long. Like, if you have like a major investment or things are like going really, really, really well in some aspect, or there's something that you're like I'll meet people that'll have problems where they have like a friend of like 3 or 4 years and they're too scared to make a move, and it's like, okay, well, do you want it to be like a friend of like 10 years and you're scared to make a move? Like, why not just do it? And then if you get shot down, then you just move on. At least you have to fix it. Why would you want to live in like confusion or, you know, doubt? And that's like, people assume here's the big issue, okay? Is that it's easy to see what you think is the worst outcome, but you're actually setting yourself up for the worst outcome. You don't realize it. People think that if you've got a crush on somebody, that the worst outcome is you ask them out and they say no. That's not the worst outcome. The worst outcome is you've got a crush on somebody, you don't make a move, then they start dating somebody else, and then you find out later that they would have dated you if you would have said something. That's the worst outcome, and that's what you're setting yourself up for, and that's what you deserve if you don't make a fucking move. Don't be indecisive, okay? It's not even a good word, indecisive. There's no such thing as like indecision or indecisiveness. Like, you are making a decision, and it's a decision not to act, okay? There's no such thing as indecision. You're constantly doing something. You might be doing nothing, but that nothing is still something. You learn this in like StarCraft or League or whatever. Like, indecision sometimes is worse than bad decisions even. Sometimes it's better to take an action and be bold and see what happens rather than sitting and doing nothing, because time is always moving forward. Like, yeah, don't fuck yourself. Yeah. Yeah, Jesus. I also know people that like yo-yo, the relationship yo-yo. I've done that before in the past too. The relationship yo-yo, bro, but it'll be like the dumbest relationship yo-yos. I'll know like girls that will be with guys and they'll get back together and break up and get back together, and they'll waste like 4 or 5 years on a guy, but they'll be like 23. And it'll be like, not like, I'm not sure if they like me. It'll be like fucked situations, like super fucked situations. I'm like, bro, you're 23 years old. Why the fuck are you wasting your, how long, like, are you gonna wait till you're 35 to like ditch this fucking loser? And it's, yeah, I don't know. People do it. I don't give much advice to people like that. That shit drives me crazy. Listen, if you wanna do your thing, then do your thing. Okay? I feel like people don't look forward enough when it comes to shitty relationship stuff. Like, if something is truly fucked, then just bail. Instead of, like, waiting for 5 or 10 years, or 15 years, or 20 years, and now you're like, fuck. Like, I started dating this guy when I was, like, 22, and now we've got 2 kids, and we're married, and we're, like, 37, and I'm like, fuck, I think I should have... Bro, all the signs were there to break up, like, 2 years into your relationship. Why are you here 10 years later? I don't know, bro. But... listen, you do you. Good luck. Going on a date with a friend who's been pretty flirty over messages and in person, but I get strong lesbian vibes from her, and I know she has an ex-girlfriend. How should I play it? If she's going on a date with you, she's probably not a lesbian, no? Let's hear from Joe now. Okay. What was Trump's...
One who terminated...
Oh my god. What was Trump's huge political mistake that probably doesn't matter at all? Wouldn't the steel man be that you might lose a friend in asking them out? Ever turn someone down that asked you out, still friends? I would say no. In my opinion, if one person has strong romantic feelings for somebody, that's going to come out regardless if you ask them out or not. Like, the friendship is, in my opinion, already kind of ruined. If somebody has really strong romantic feelings, you might as well act on it and figure out exactly where you stand and then move forward accordingly, rather than just not saying anything and pretending, because you're just going to mindfuck yourself, I think. But at Destiny, your relationship was the same. The signs were there for a long time and you didn't act. Love blinds. I mean, like, my relationship definitely had issues, for sure. But, like, there are some people, I'm talking like issues where you have, like, drug addiction or, like, physical abuse or, like, clear and obvious dysfunction, such that, like somebody refuses to get a job, doesn't clean themselves. I'm like, they're, like, obvious cases. Sometimes I understand people yo-yoing, or I understand people, especially when, like, kids are involved, or when they're, like, long-term relationships, right? You've been dating somebody for 7 or 8 years, and now issues are cropping up. Like, I can get it. But I feel like there are people that are, like, this sounds mean, and the religious people are gonna hate me, but, like, I think when you're young, I think your relationship should be way less sticky. Like, if shit is, like, kind of fucked in a year or two, and you're, like, in your early 20s, like, just bounce. Like, you can find something different. Like, there's no reason to try to, like, work so hard with people that are changing and malleable, and, like, I don't know, I just think it's fucked. But hey, listen, you know what? You do you. Do what you want.
He made an incredible political mistake, and he knows it this morning. He knows it. Incredible political mistake last night, going, I was the one who terminated Roe v. Wade. I was the one that, just me, nobody else could have stripped away 50 years of women's rights the way I, Donald Trump, did.
For 54 years, they were trying to get...
Well, I mean, Republicans like that, right? This is going to be the issue that galvanizes Democrats, but, I mean...
Roe v. Wade terminated, and I did it, and I'm proud to have done it.
It's really something, Willie. He said, I did it. Nobody else could have done it. I terminated Roe v. Wade. And everybody in his campaign staff was like,
And they were trying to bury that.
the old man did it again. He can't help
I feel like
himself.
Trump should have just said, like, I gave it back to the states. I think that would have been a more politically, like, astute answer. But Destiny, you, jackass, if a friend of yours for 5 years that you have a crush on friend zones you, and then you cut off communication. No, I think cutting off communication sometimes is fine. I think sometimes it's better than not, because people, like, will delude themselves or mindfuck themselves into stupid shit for a long time. Destiny made a cameo in Donkey's newest video. Who am I? Am I this person? What do you think of Ted Cruz trying to act hard on Twitter?
1, 2.
Videos. Wait, which video is this? What a fucking loser. My god. Come and take it? Oh my god.
Here. I am Donkey. I abducted your favorite streamers. Oh, these are the most famous streamers from Twitch. Let's play Call of Booty. Gaming.
From Twitch?
Oh, nice. Press F to flip gravity.
Are these just like weird Steam games, or? It's his company, Game Jam. Regardless of the Supreme Court case, what are your thoughts on Texas using barbed wire in general? I don't know enough about the situation. Personally, I don't see the problem. I don't know why you wouldn't, but I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know enough about the situation. I feel like it's fine, but I don't know.
How many glasses?
It's not fine that they're circumventing federal federal monopoly on immigration law, but I don't know why you would care if there's barbed wire there or not, or razor wire there or not.
So why do you need to save this light, Kelly?
I have no damage. I
That's
don't
right.
drink
Okay,
alcohol.
if somebody breaks the seal on a certain type of insult, the other person's probably gonna go hard.
What is this?
I don't think you should attack people's
Yeah,
family,
which is
but if somebody comes
fine.
after my family, how many glasses of wine do you need to save this light?
Jesus. Isn't the issue they're using razor wire, not barbed wire? There's a distinction that's pretty huge between those two. Is there? Isn't it all just wire that fucks you up if you try to crawl over it? What's the difference? I'm fucking retarded. Tell me what the difference is. Jesus Christ. Razor wire fucks you up more. Okay. They also put blades on the river barriers to bleed you out if you try to cross and has already caused people to drown. I mean, like, this sounds really mean, I guess, but like if people know that it's there, shouldn't that make them stop crossing? Isn't that kind of the point? How the fuck would they know it was there? Well, I imagine there are probably signs warning. Or people would probably figure it out pretty quick if people tried to get across and died. What's your take on Texas? The state stands in rebellion and Abbott should be arrested. What about blind border jumpers? Have you thought about them? True. Jesus. Razor wire cuts and barbed wire pokes. I guess one can mess you up worse.
That
Gotcha.
looks
Okay.
worn. I can fix it. There's that.
Do you not admire Texas gun laws? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what the difference is between Texas and Florida and Nebraska. I don't, not particularly, I guess. I mean, I like guns, but is it something that makes them extra special compared to any other country? What do you think the right-wing reaction would be to an Abbott arrest? I don't know, considering that conservatives now have no respect for rule of law or anything. I don't know. I'm not too sure. They definitely swung around real quick from the from blaming BLM and Democrats for having no respect for rule of law to them just being an open defiance of any type of structure, order, I guess, whatever.
The 37-year-old is the first man to ever speak publicly about the condition known as persistent sexual arousal syndrome, or PSAS, and he says it's ruining his life.
When you're on your knees at your father's funeral, at his casket, and you're saying goodbye to him, and then you have 9 orgasms right there, while your whole family is standing behind you, it just makes you never want to have another orgasm as long as you live.
This
you
is
know what?
A troll.
You just keep on coming.
It's a troll. Don't believe it. Don't believe it. I don't believe it. Okay. Let me use the rest real quick. We are doing this, okay? We're doing Yemen. Give me 74 seconds. Sorry, I got water too. Stay mad. Ooh, okay.